The Abu Simbel Temple has been threatened with submersion in the Nile River due to the construction of a dam. When the construction of the Nile River Dam threatened to submerge the Nubian ruins of ancient Egyptian civilization, engineers from 60 countries joined forces for over 20 years and succeeded in moving the ruins to where it is now. The Nubian ruins that the world saved together gave birth to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention in 1972. A World Heritage Site of outstanding universal value for all humanity both now and in the future. Cultural heritage that is a masterpiece of human creativity and evidence of the long history, tradition, culture and life of mankind. It shows the history of the Earth, the evolution and development of ecosystems, as well as outstanding natural beauty and biological diversity. World Heritage Sites are a common heritage of mankind and a resource that enriches our future lives. We understand and enjoy the meaning and value of these heritage sites and have a duty to protect them and pass them on to future generations. However, times have changed over the course of 1,100 World Heritage designations. Disagreements between indigenous people and conquerors in heritage areas, conflict between protection and development, climate change around the world, the inscription of sites where the memories of perpetrators and victims coexist reminds us of the original intention of the World Heritage Convention, which was to protect the universal values of all mankind. Why do these issues surrounding heritage arise? This is because different eras, spaces and groups place different values on the same heritage. So how do you solve the problems created by these disagreements? By listening to the multi-layered voices related to heritage. Traditionally, experts and certain groups evaluated the values of heritage sites and unilaterally conveyed their judgment to the public. But there's been a shift recently. Various communities participate in assessing the value of heritage sites and lead decision-making on protection and utilization. It is time for an inclusive heritage interpretation that coexists with humankind and the heritage, bringing together their diverse meanings and values. This is how the International Centre for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites was born. Heritage interpretation and presentation mean making process through communication, participation and experience, and sharing that understanding through various methods and mediums. Empowering participants to interpret and present inclusive heritage sites, operating a World Heritage Interpretation Information Management System based on information technology. WHIPIC works to promote the shared values of World Heritage Sites. Just like the world coming together to save the ruins of an ancient civilization that was nearly submerged in water. A peaceful interpretation of heritage that encompasses time, space, and diverse communities will enable the sustainable development of world heritage and humanity. The Abu Simbel Temple has been threatened with submersion in the Nile River due to the construction of a dam. When the construction of the Nile River Dam threatened to submerge the Nubian ruins of ancient Egyptian civilization, engineers from 60 countries joined forces for over 20 years and succeeded in moving the ruins to where it is now. The Nubian ruins that the world saved together gave birth to the UNESCO World Heritage Convention in 1972. A World Heritage Site of outstanding universal value for all humanity, both now and in the future. Cultural heritage that is a masterpiece of human creativity and evidence of the long history, tradition, culture and life of mankind. It shows the history of the Earth, the evolution and development of ecosystems, as well as outstanding natural beauty and biological diversity. World Heritage Sites are a common heritage of mankind and a resource that enriches our future lives. We understand and enjoy the meaning and value of these heritage sites and have a duty to protect them and pass them on to future generations. However, times have changed over the course of 1,100 World Heritage designations. Disagreements between indigenous people and conquerors in heritage areas, conflict between protection and development, climate change around the world, the inscription of sites where the memories of perpetrators and victims coexist reminds us of the original intention of the World Heritage Convention, which was to protect the universal values of all mankind. Why do these issues surrounding heritage arise? This is because different eras, spaces and groups place different values on the same heritage. So how do you solve the problems created by these disagreements? By listening to the multi-layered voices related to heritage. Traditionally, experts and certain groups evaluated the values of heritage sites and unilaterally conveyed their judgment to the public. But there's been a shift recently. Various communities participate in assessing the value of heritage sites and lead decision-making on protection and utilization. It is time for an inclusive heritage interpretation that coexists with humankind and the heritage, bringing together their diverse meanings and values. This is how the International Centre for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites was born. Heritage interpretation and presentation mean making process through communication, participation and experience and sharing that understanding through various methods and mediums. Empowering participants to interpret and present inclusive heritage sites, operating a World Heritage Interpretation Information Management System based on information technology. WHIPIC works to promote the shared values of World Heritage Sites. Just like the world coming together to save the ruins of an ancient civilization that was nearly submerged in water. A peaceful interpretation of heritage that encompasses time, space, and diverse communities will enable the sustainable development of world heritage and humanity.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Hi. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the International Conference, History, Memory and Heritage in the Age of Ecological Crisis. I am Harry Shim from WHIPIC, currently the Head of Education and Networking Office. I'll be your moderator today. So before starting today's session, let me first introduce one of the co-organizers of this event, WHIPIC. WHIPIC is a newly established UNESCO Category 2 center in the realm of World Heritage Interpretation. So we have been implementing many research projects on the heritage interpretation theories, policies, and also strategies, dissonant heritage, values, and attributes. And also, we are carrying out many capacity building projects around the world and other international cooperation projects. So now yesterday we had mind-blowing reflections and discussions on the ecological relationship between society and nature through the presentation and talks on the extinctions and also the Anthropocene, the memory and trauma, and also the fictional environments and industrial heritage, of course. Today we want to go deeper on heritage, connecting human and nature through the heritage interpretation. So WHIPIC, with the International Working Group, for the last few years has defined the notion of heritage interpretation as meaning-making process through communication, experience, and also the participation as well. Yeah, and as the presentation, it's the methods of interpretation delivery. Sorry, so keep in mind the definitions while you're listening to the today's session. Now just a few announcements before diving into our conference today. So first, refreshments are available in the lobby like yesterday. So please bring your lunch boxes after you have it, if you have it outside. And for the audience who needs a translation, the talk, you can pick up the receiver at the back, so for your information. And lastly, we want this conference as interactive as possible. So don't hesitate to give your comments and questions during the conference. And this applies to our online participants as well. So please leave your comments and questions in the chat. We'll address them at the end of each session and also during the wrap-up discussion. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our very first speaker of the day, Dr. Sujeong Lee, from WHIPIC, the head of the research office, and she has been leading many international research projects around the world regarding the heritage interpretation. So please join me welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you very much, Harry, and thank you very much for the yesterday's speakers. I have learned a lot yesterday through the different field, but kind of interconnected fields that we are working together. Today, as Ms. Shim mentioned, that we would like to go into a little bit deeper into focusing on the heritage, how it connects to the memory and the history as well. So as a first speaker, I probably would like to narrow down my topics into some of very critical perspective on the World Heritage System. And UNESCO's World Heritage System has celebrated the 50th anniversary in 2022, and it is very much a successful program of the UN, as we all know. The 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the World Heritage has played a crucial role in protecting so-called common values of heritage for the last half of the century, we believe. However, the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee has reported that the system has faces problems and limitations in conservation and sustainable and innovative strategies for the future. Those problems are the lack of financial and human resource, insufficient awareness and understanding in the wider public, ill-conceived economic and infrastructure development projects, and climate change. To address the problems within the UN's global strategy, the World Heritage Committee has launched the Next 50 World Heritage as a source of resilience, humanity, and innovation with the 4 key themes. The first one is climate change and heritage conservation. The second one is balanced representation of the inscribed site. And the third one is sustainable tourism. And the last one is digital transformation and post-COVID-19 recovery. All these challenges are in somehow deeply connected to interpretation, and also all 5C of Sustainable Development Goals within the World Heritage System is interrelated to the meaning-making process. As the first speaker today, I'd like to open the second day with presentation about the role of interpretation, which will connect with the next 4 presentations by our distinguished speakers. I would like to take the World Heritage System to highlight how interpretation should play or can play an important role in contributing to better working on history, memory, and heritage within the system. 죄송합니다. 제가 슬라이드를 어떻게 넘겨야 되는지. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to talk about 4 different sections. The first one is about the concept of interpretation and heritage. You probably all know. I'd like to especially focus on the WHIPIC's new concept, as Harry mentioned in the beginning, and also changing perspective on defining heritage as well, and how these concepts are interconnected in terms of process. In the second section, I would like to talk about how the system works within the World Heritage Committee and how and what is the problem and limitations in understanding heritage, also meaning-making process within the system. The next 2 sections, section 3 and 4, I would like to discuss on what to interpret and how to interpret. As we all know, 2 big changes has been made in the 2021 operational guidelines of the World Heritage Convention. And I think those changes is UNESCO's initial effort to calibrating the existing system, and also I believe it relates to the main questions of interpretation, which is what to interpret and how to interpret. As Ms. Shim mentioned at the beginning, we have done our research for the last 2 years about the notion of heritage interpretation and presentation from 2022 and 2023. And based on those kind of concepts, I would say new concept, we are focusing on establishing the new interpretation and presentation principles in the next 3 years. We define heritage interpretation is a meaning-making process through communication, participation, and experience. It increases understanding and promotes connections between people and heritage places. So that is the definition that our center has defined with many of the external experts through the working group process and also discussions and also international conference for the last 2 years. So in my presentation, I'd like to use the interpretation as a meaning-making process, which has been facilitated by communication, participation, and experience. Previously, we understand heritage interpretation is a kind of educational activity, and also it is the process of communications. So it has been quite narrow definitions that we have been using. Our new concept would like to acknowledge that the interpretation differs from the Unidirectional Educational Act, and also it encourages community participation in heritage and sustainable development, and also it enhances the social inclusivity. It protects traditional skills and knowledge, and also enhance the identity, branding, and economic benefits of heritage. After we define those concepts and the notions, the interpretation as a meaning-making process, it became very much important based on our notion about who interpret and what to interpret and how to interpret. For whom we interpret and who should be participating in interpretive planning and practice becoming very much important. And also on what to interpret, we are working on the source and the outcome, whether that is the ingredients of the interpretation or information or narrative, and also what kind of information or narrative that we use in our interpretation process is becoming very much important our research topic. Lastly, the principle or ethical approach, and also the process, mechanism, and methodology is one area that we are focusing on our research topic at the moment. Now, I would like to remind you that the new but very enlightening way of understanding heritage for the last 20 years by Laura Jane Smith. In her book, she mentioned the idea of heritage not so much as a thing, but as a cultural and social process which engages with active remembering that work to create ways to understand and engage with the present. And heritage is multi-layered performance such as visiting, managing, interpretation, or conservation, that constructing a sense of place, belonging, and understanding in the present. So she clearly understands heritage is a process, social and cultural process, which directly relates to the notion of the interpretation as a meaning-making process. However, World Heritage System has a slightly different perspective on defining the World Heritage of outstanding universal value. In the convention and also in the operational guideline mentions cultural and or natural significance, which is so exceptional as to transcend national boundaries and to be of common importance for present and future generations of all humanity. As such, the permanent protection of this heritage is of the highest importance to the international community as a whole. So you probably do see that big difference and big different perspective between looking at the process in the defining the concept and also looking at more like a kind of material aspects is quite important in the outstanding universal value are in a very different realm. As we all know, World Heritage System is based on the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world heritage and natural heritage. And also, to implement that convention, operational guidelines for the implementation of World Heritage Convention has been revised every year. The very simplified process of the World Heritage System takes, firstly, we list into the tentative list, and then the newly introduced in 2021 operational guidelines, we have to go through the preliminary assessment as a mandatory process. And then nomination process comes in. And lastly, when the site has been nominated to the World Heritage List, then we go through the periodic report. So that the system is very much based on the authorized heritage discourse, as Laura Jane Smith mentioned. And I'm not trying to say that the system is fundamentally some problems, but I'm trying to say that the World Heritage System needs more interpretive way of operating the operational guidelines and the conventions as well. We all probably have addressed some of the issues yesterday already about the artificial division between cultural and natural heritage, and also intangible and tangible aspects of the heritage. But clearly, the World Heritage System is kind of explicitly force us to divide those kind of different categories or different classifications of the types of heritage between the cultural and natural heritage. So in the convention, 1972 convention, mentioned about the cultural heritage has 3 categories. The first one is monument, and the second one is group of buildings, and the last one is the site. So it's all 3 categories is cultural heritage, which is mainly based on the material aspects of it. Whereas the natural heritage in the same convention, the natural heritage category has 3 different categories. The first one is natural features consisting of physical and biological formations, or maybe group of such formation which are of outstanding universal value. The second group of natural heritage is geological and physiographical formation and precisely delineated areas which constitute the habitat of threatened species of animals and plants. And the last category of natural heritage is the natural site. So there is a kind of clear distinctions between cultural and natural heritage sites, even though World Heritage Committee is keep trying to have a kind of new types of heritage, such as cultural landscape or mixed heritage sites and so on, or maybe previously historic cities and canals and so on. But still there is a quite distinctive division between cultural and natural heritage. And also, there has been a very clear artificial division between tangible and intangible heritage. Those two different categories are based on the two different conventions. The first one is 1972 convention, which is tangible heritage of World Heritage Sites. And intangible heritage has a different convention, which is 2003 Convention for Safeguarding the Intangible Cultural Heritage. Of course, as you can see, there are some overlapping areas in those two conventions, such as there are 10 criteria in the World Heritage system to nominate the sites and to explain the outstanding universal value. And specifically, criteria 6 is focused on the more intangible aspects of it, such as events or living traditions with ideas or with belief via artistic and literary works, and so on. But it has a kind of certain conditions to submit the nomination in conjunction with other criteria, so it is quite clearly based on the tangible aspects of it. Whereas Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention mentions about the instrument, objects and artifacts or cultural spaces associated with the communities, groups, or the expressions and the practices as well. So there is a clearly overlapping areas between the two different conventions to respect the other side of the aspects of the heritage. But again, there are quite clear distinctions between tangible and intangible aspects. However, heritage is just heritage. As you can see in the left two photos, the natural and cultural heritage of Ohrid region in North Macedonia has both natural and cultural aspects of the site, so that the different criteria, both cultural and natural heritage applies, has been nominated in the process. On the right, the Jongmyo Shrine in Korea, which has the outstanding example of the Confucian royal ancestral shrine, and it is composed of the main ritual space, buildings and facilities surrounded by forest. So every year, there is a ritual, and that is listed into the Intangible Cultural Heritage by UNESCO. If you go into that shrine, even though the shrine is very much at the center of downtown Seoul, still because of the surrounding forest, you probably can't hear any sound or any kind of atmosphere of downtown of Seoul, which is one of the natural aspects of the site, even though it has been nominated as the cultural site. So heritage is just heritage, and what we understand the heritage is not tangible, not natural, not a cultural site. It is the heritage of all those kind of mixed elements in one place. Now I'd like to talk about the interpretation as a process, very briefly, because I'm sure that the Jin-Hyung Lee is going to address that process at the last presentation of the day. There is several ingredients to do the meaning-making process. I mean, mainly or maybe importantly, we do have information in World Heritage System. That information should be very much verified based on the credible source, so that authenticity concept has those kind of credible source in that operational guidelines. So information backed up by the credible source is one of very much important ingredients. And also the outstanding universal values or other values or just general values could be also the one of the materials or the sources to do the meaning-making process. And then there is narrative and stories, which can actually expand by the different communities and different generations and different contexts, can also become the different aspects of the narrative and stories. All those kind of ingredients has been mixed up in the process of communication, experience, and participation through our sensual experience or maybe intellectual experience, and also some of the emotional process that we do the meaning making. And those meaning making can impact the social and environmental impact, and also that produce the collective memory. And sometimes we reflect those kind of meanings again, so that it is a very much cyclic process. So between the people and the heritage, interpretation is a kind of bridge to connect those two kind of things together, so that people can better understand the sites through those sites that we do the meaning-making process. Now I would like to talk about the how interpretation can play a role and why interpretation is needed. Heritage interpretation provides people with meaningful experience with heritage for gaining greater understanding of heritage and connection to the heritage. So deliberate and planned practice of interpretation based on learning, communication, psychology, or behavior theories can change in our attitude, fostering an increased appreciation of heritage, and that appreciation can affect to the behavior change to support heritage use, creative industrial development, and conservation for future generations. So probably that may be the UNESCO's aim, that the interpretation is needed in their systems in future. Also, one of the important UNESCO's SDG goals can be divided into 4 different sections. The first one is the inclusive social development, and the second one is inclusive economic development, and third one is environmental sustainability, and the last one is fostering peace and security. So those the SDG goals are deeply connected to each of them through the interpretation, and interpretation can play an important role to achieve those goals. However, the interpretation is not quite clear in the World Heritage System at the moment, and that is one very important issue that we probably have to address and tackle on. There are 2 attempts in recent changes of the operational guidelines, 2021 operational guidelines. There has been 2 major changes within the World Heritage System. The first one is, as I mentioned earlier, is introduction of the preliminary assessment in the process of the nomination process. And the second one is the interpretation strategy that they have introduced in specific sites. So those 2 efforts, probably 2 changes, can be directly connected to the efforts to introduce the interpretation process in the World Heritage System, I believe. Firstly, they introduced the preliminary assessment process in the operational guidelines Annex 3. So when we would like to submit the preliminary assessment application to the World Heritage Committee, then the attribute should be included in relation to the values. So as I mentioned in the earlier slides, I mentioned one of the important ingredients of the meaning-making process is value, and UNESCO is trying to clarify what is the value in a very objective way, in a very visible ways to describe the value and the attributes. So attribute is a kind of means and some kind of tools to clarify the values within the World Heritage System at the moment. And that attribute applies to before nomination and the nomination process, and also the after the nomination process. So once you identify the value with the attributes in the nomination process, that goes along through the reactive monitoring and the also periodic reports and the heritage impact assessment at the end as well. There has been a lot of documents to define the attributes because of the newly introduction of the attribute concept in the World Heritage System. So the attributes are the elements of World Heritage property or other heritage place which conveys its heritage values and enable an understanding of those values. So it could be physical qualities, it could be processes, it could be intangible aspects as well. So they are trying to quite clearly to integrate the tangible and intangible aspects in the World Heritage System through the defining the attributes in the process, but still there is not quite clear how and what is the methodology to relate attribute into the values is a kind of homework that we have to do. And recent published 2023 EOH toolkit mentioned outstanding universal value is about why the heritage places is important, and the attribute is what do we need to protect and conserve to maintain the place significance. So they have a kind of different concept and the relationship between the value and attributes in the EOH toolkit at the moment. So to looking at the value and attributes again, here is historic town from the aerial view, as you can see in the central photo. And to understand the value of these historic cities, there should be some element to convey the value and to express the values. So that is the attribute, such as building style, local material or color, natural settings, layouts, or process of development and maintaining the cities, and functions and use, and traditional techniques and skills. And those are the elements to convey the value, to express the values. As we all know, there is a kind of 3 different pillars to support the outstanding universal value, and one of them is authenticity and integrity. And the relationship between the authenticity and integrity and the heritage values and attributes, which I believe that is the table can explain to you. Attribute is trying to convey the values and express the values, and the authenticity, which is the credible source of information, and also the integrity as a totality and intactness can be the requirement how the attribute can express the values and deliver the values. But however, as you can see here on the left side, there is a cultural and natural heritage sites. There has a different types of the attributes. So still there is a kind of clear divisions between cultural and natural. But when we nominate the heritage sites into the World Heritage Sites, both areas can be actually attributes to integrate the tangible and intangible aspects, and also cultural and natural aspects of the site. And that is a very ideal process, I believe, which actually does not happening in the process of the World Heritage nomination. The attribute in the revised operational guidelines with the introduction of the preliminary assessment in Annex 3, there is a kind of certain format to submit for the preliminary assessment. And in the section of integrity, in the section of authenticity, they have a kind of specific mention that we have to include the attributes in the application process. So it is a kind of mandatory process to clarify the values in the process of the nomination, and whether the attribute and the relationship and the values relationship can help us to better understand the site, the memory, and the history of the heritage sites. It is quite a kind of transitional stage, I believe, whether it can be achieved or not. And for the next 3-4 years, we will probably have to examine. On what to interpret, other than the value and attribute, it is very much important to have the interpretive planning, which is not included in the World Heritage System at the moment. Very specific ways of the descriptions on the interpretive planning has been newly introduced in the last World Heritage Committee. Interpretation plan is a document that provides the policies, strategies, and details advice for interpreting a heritage item. It is based on the research and analysis and plans to communicate the significance of the item. And I truly believe that Dr. Nigel will discuss about that in his next presentation. There has been a different language to describe interpretive planning And we have been discussed a lot about which language can means in what specific scope. But there has been three different language at the moment, three different terminologies at the moment. The interpretation strategy, which kind of big picture to include aim, principle, outcome, and process and timeline. And there is interpretation framework so that it can describe what to interpret and present, so that interpretive themes, stories, narrative, and list of the programs can be included in the interpretation framework. And there is sometimes use of the interpretation plan so that it has a more like a kind of implementation plan from the interpretation strategy and framework, but those three different terminologies are mixed used at the moment. Second attempt that I mentioned several times, other than the inclusion of the attribute and the preliminary assessment, there has been a kind of efforts by UNESCO's World Heritage Committee to have the interpretive planning process in the system for the site of memory. Yesterday we talked a lot about the site of memory, and the last session of the World Heritage Committee has adopted the guiding principle for the preparation of nominations concerning site of memory associated with recent conflicts. So you probably can see specific site that we do need an interpretation strategy in the nomination process, which is limited to the criteria 6 only, which has intangible aspects of the criteria 6. So that to clarify the site, very related to the tangible aspects of it, the guiding principle has been adopted, and that is also because of the very long discussions through the World Heritage Committee and through a lot of research projects by ICOMOS and also International Coalition of Sight and Conscious in 2018, and also another ICOMOS report, and many other scholars has been produced about the site of memory should or should not be included to the World Heritage List. And those kind of research can help the World Heritage Committee to decide to set up the open-ended working group for the site of memory associated with recent conflicts. And then finally, they have adopted the guiding principles last year. Based on this guiding principle, all the nomination dossier for the site of memory of the recent conflict, which applies with the criteria 6. So as I mentioned, there are several requirements and very narrow down the site requirement to use this guiding principles. And within the guiding principles, there should be the interpretation strategy in it, so that the interpretation strategy is a kind of newly introduced in the World Heritage nomination process. But again, based on our research last year, this interpretation strategy should not limit it to the site of memory or should not limit it to the criteria 6 only. It should extend to the all criteria from 1 to 10 to nomination process. But at the moment, based on the decision by the committee, the guiding principle only applies to the site of memory which has the recent conflicts, as well as the criteria 6 only. So the major industrial sites, as Professor Kim mentioned yesterday, or maybe newly examined site of the Sado mining site, is not going to be considered to include the interpretation strategy because they are not applying with the criteria 6 at the moment. But anyway, previously the World Heritage Convention and its operational guidelines did not have any direct mentions of interpretation in the nomination process. But with these guiding principles, interpretation strategy are included, and also full meaning and the full history should be mentioned in the interpretation strategy, so that the historical past and its present day meanings can be actually described in the nomination dossier. For the interpretation strategy, in the guiding principle mentions that it shall be multidimensional to present accurately the full meaning of the site and to support an understanding of full history. The physical location at the place where conflict has taken place and means of interpretation will be part of the interpretation strategy. So it shall embrace the play's historical past and its present-day meanings in a dialogue and peace-building perspective, and also it needs to discuss how the stakeholders concerned with the site intend to take into account the debates on the issues of current concern that connect to the themes of the site. But still, it is not quite clear how we can describe the interpretation strategy in the nomination dossier, so that our center at the moment are doing the research projects, how to write up and what kind of content should be included in the interpretation strategy. And we are very much looking forward to Dr. Nigel Mill's presentation to do that. But actually, from site, there has been a lot of demand to have the interpretive planning, because that helps you to understand better about the sites and also connects the people to the sites, and also to deliver or to communicate the full history of the sites and different narrative of the site as well. So after nomination process, there are many different sites who would like to set out the interpretation strategy, such as the Great Zimbabwe site in Zimbabwe, which our center has been involved for the last 2 years. And also the heritage site of Alula. Within that Alula region, that there is a Hegra site, which is the World Heritage Site, has also demanded to the World Heritage Committee to set out the interpretive strategy and the planning. So we can see probably, the World Heritage System is not fast enough to catching up the site demand at the moment, but actually the site-based, there has been a lot of demand for those kind of interpretive planning process. To do that, we do have our research in our office at the moment to set out the interpretation principles. I mean, there has been a lot of interpretation principles previously by different scholars, by different institutions, but there has been a lot of different context has been developed and different demands from the World Heritage System has been developed. So we would like to have those kind of different contexts and different changes to reflect into our new interpretation principles. And these are the tables that we actually are considering all those different issues of the World Heritage Systems as well as non-World Heritage sites as well to include in our principle. It is undeniable that the World Heritage System has contributed to identify heritage and protect heritage for the last 50 years. It also encouraged member states to understand the importance of common values of heritage. But however, the system has a lot of areas to improve, and there has been a lot of artificial divisions between the different concepts, so that it makes us very confused on what is the meaning of the sites and what kind of memories or narratives that we have to express and deliver to the future generations. The system itself, even though it has contributed a lot, has been deeply imprinted in our minds at the moment, at least for the people in the heritage field. To overcome those kind of mindset, and also to reflect our research outcomes to the process and the system for the revision, as well as to introduce the interpretation as a meaning-making process, to actually develop the visitors' experience programs and also the interpretive planning as well, then probably can help us to connect better to the heritage, to deliver the full history of the sites and different perspective of narrative of the site as well. I'm sure that our next 4 speakers will touch one by one of all those systematic problems and also some of the guidance to improve the systems for the rest of the days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. So she has introduced the new concept of heritage interpretation and presentation and the emerging changes and challenges that we face with the World Heritage Sites. So now we would like to take some questions and comments for her presentation. Yes, first, Matthias.
Thank you so much for this fantastic presentation. It was good to see that things are changing in a more bidirectional, open, systemic way. This is very good to see. So one thing I'm a little bit concerned about UNESCO is that it seems like they repeat the same thing that they did with management plans and site managers, you know. They just introduce something new in the operational guidelines with a very limited scoping of what it actually is and what is to be expected. So the sites are left with a, I would say, roughly vague concept of what they should do with a lot of shoulds, but not with like a detailed idea how to do it. And they did the same with the management plans. We still have no like good idea what should be included in a management plan. It's very vague. They did the same with the site managers. Now if you read the operational guidelines, you have like 20 things to do for the site managers, but no description. What is a good site manager? What persons do we need with what skills? So I think it's a little bit the danger to repeat the same mistake. So that was my first point. Second point, meaning. It would be fantastic if you can give a brief idea of your mind. What is your concept of meaning? What is your definition of meaning? Because I would like to understand more about the concept, because otherwise it's hard to relate to when it becomes so central. And my third point is about the attributes. I mean, in Germany we have a lot of problems defining the attributes because it's again a very vague concept that is lived very differently at different heritage sites. In some of the sites the OUV includes a lot of mistakes that is like objectively wrong, giving like a wrong period of time. But then like some people say that the attributes must 100% be based on the OUV. So what are we doing with this? And my biggest question concerning the attributes is like 90% of them are building related. I mean, don't we restrict ourselves if we give them such a prominent role in heritage interpretation? Sorry for a lot of questions.
That's fine, Matthias. You have the same question as I have. Firstly, the operational guidelines is becoming very complicated, which the language itself we cannot understand, and we cannot actually full consider all those different complicated, web kind of the concept together. Yes, I think that is one of the problems that the World Heritage Center has to tackle on. But as we all know that there has a limited resources and there is a limited peoples within the center, and also the 3 advisory bodies are kind of hands are very tight. One of the things probably we can do together, as a scholar, as academias, or as practitioners, and also like you working in the city as well, actually can do understand the basic concept of what the World Heritage System would like to deliver and practice. Then it is our job to develop the criteria of the decision makings of and also the general principles or guidings, so on. And those are a kind of, we do need a kind of collaborations, and our C2 center is also responsible for doing it together. And then I believe the capacity building is very much important within us. I mean, when I say us, that it's all of us, including the publics, so that we can think of together as a kind of process how we can actually implement those kind of basic concept or fundamental concept to actual site in a different context to be considered. So I think working on, or maybe understanding the World Heritage System in a very fundamental way of doing it is very much important, to have a certain guidelines and certain framework together, and then we would like to actually practice in actual site to consider the context. The second question about the meanings, yes, for the last 2 years in our working group with kind of closed working group members, there has been a lot of discussions. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of the meaning, and so on. We would like to, firstly, we would like to use very prevailing terminologies at the moment, which is the meaning. We were thinking of narrative stories or different terminologies as well, but the meaning is a kind of very much overarching meanings, as well as meaning is slightly different from narrative and stories and so on, which I'm sure that the Professor Jin-Young Lee will discuss more about it today at the last presentations. Okay, so I will depend on Professor Lee's presentation. Lastly, attributes. Yes, I totally agree with you. Even though for the next 3 years, including this year, we are doing the attribute research on the methodology to develop, to understand the meaning of the heritage sites and also the meaning-making process from interpretation perspective, not from denomination perspective. Attribute is very much difficult ideas, I believe. But when as I explained in my presentation, the basic concept is the value is really intangible and value is quite subjective, abstract, and so on. So that I think the World Heritage Committee would like to have something, which is attribute, to explain the value and to convey the value, which can be more visible and or maybe invisible or more understandable. So when we think about those kind of two different relationships between the value and attributes, it becomes quite clearer for us then how we can do the interpretation, what kind of the ingredients that we do need in the interpretation. For example, the ethical approach, common understandings and so on. So when we would like to do the communication experience and the participation, we do something which commonly we agree together, and that is also the part of the attribute, I believe. That is my perspective. But yes, again, we have to more clarify on the relationship between the value and attribute. I agree with you.
Yes, please, Francesca. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much, Sujeong Lee, for the fantastic presentation. And I have a question again about, mainly about the role of the WHIPIC Center in this context, because I really think that, especially if we want to innovate in heritage practices, the interpretation is really the foundation on how we can really provide a different way to understand heritage, which is really the lay groundwork of everything that comes after in terms of conservation, protection, management, and everything. So I was wondering how much the research and the work that you are doing within this center can innovate practices that are really within this World Heritage system, which is really structured and that's connected with the World Heritage Convention, the guidelines, and everything that is part of that system. So how much flexibility do you have, and how much power of innovation do you think this work will have in changing the rules underpinning the World Heritage system itself?
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions. And that is one of our themes within our center, to constantly thinking about our role and our contributions to the World Heritage System. As Harry mentioned in the earlier speech on the introduction of our center, we do have three main functions. The first one is the capacity building, and also the second one is research, and last one is information management on interpretation and presentation. We do have 16 people in our center, excluding the contract-based. Including our two gentlemen here. We are not dealing with the World Heritage Site. Even though we are Category 2 center, yes, we are focusing on the World Heritage Sites and the World Heritage System as well. And we are not challenging a lot against the World Heritage System. But again, we are looking at the non-World Heritage Sites as well within our research projects and also the capacity building projects as well. Because heritage is just heritage, no matter it is World Heritage or non-World Heritage. So our scope is not limited to the World Heritage Sites only. And also, we do have the research office so that we do have a main research topics, such as the principles, definitions, and theories of the interpretation and presentation. And also, we do have different topics, such as site of memory, site of conflict, and also a cultural landscape, which is going to be in the future research topics. So we do have different themes to tackle on the interpretation and presentation. interpretation in terms of setting out the different principles by the different types of heritage, because there are different contexts of it. And also different region, Africa, Asia, or Europe, different region has a different topics and different challenges. So we would like to tackle those kind of issues through the research projects by the request of the different region as well. Same as the research office, the capacity building office has some other mandates as well to build up their capacity building programs, and Ms. Shim probably will explain a little bit further after answering my questions. And I think in the last 2 years process, I mean, we officially set up our center 2 years back. So we do have the 2 years research projects on the definition and the principle as well, and the themes of the different sites as well. We truly believe that the interpretation can be integrated from the nomination or before nomination or after nomination, which means that the whole process of the heritage can actually integrate the interpretation to enrich us, to actually connect us to the heritage sites as well. So our work is not only committed to the nomination process, but after the nomination process, and also the visitors' experience and the programs as well. I hope that answers to your question. For the capacity building office, yes.
Yes, just to add to that, for the capacity building area, we are supporting the heritage sites in needs, which requires a heritage interpretation for their site. For example, we've been involved in the Great Zimbabwe site for the last 2 years. The site needs, or that site requires the heritage interpretation and the reinterpretation, because they want to have a post-colonial perspective on their narrative on their site. And also they want heritage interpretation for the rehabilitation and sustainability of their region, regional society and community. So we are involved in the region, and we cooperate with the local partners, and we draw a heritage interpretation framework. So that's what we do for the capacity building area. Yes, Matthias and Sanghyun. Sanghyun, can you please wait a minute? Yeah, Matthias. Sorry, yeah, Matthias.
In my mind, I'm still ruminating about the word meaning, okay? And I share with you a little bit my feelings about it, you know. Isn't meaning a very personal thing, and don't we have many different meanings for a lot of different people? So how do we deal with these different meanings if we make like a fixed interpretation plan where we define a specific meaning with specific methodology? So this is one question that comes up to my mind. And I was wondering if in your research group you have also talked about which epistemology you're using, because I think this is crucial. I mean, if the worldview is there can be different meanings, then I think we need very flexible interpretation plans. If the worldview is the positivist, there's maybe only one meaning, then it would work like with one meaning that we define and then define different projects. It's a complicated question, but I think it's at the core of, I mean, meaning making.
Yes, very good question, and which is one of our topics in setting out the principle at the moment, because we do not want to narrow down into the one meaning or, you know, kind of specific methodology to apply in the meaning making process. Even though I didn't talk about the presentation in my presentation, we do have the presentation. I mean, whether the interpretation and presentation is a separate entity or not, that is not important. Through the presentation process, there is a different way of delivering the meanings, so that there is a kind of different types of meaning can be respected in the different ways. And there is a kind of issues who present and who choose those kind of meanings in the presentation process. And that directly, as I mentioned earlier, to the ethical approach of the presentation as well. That is the one area that we are, you know, at the moment are discussing and examining at the moment. And I'm really sorry that I can't answer to your question in a very direct ways. But yes, please join us our research process for the next 3 years, so that we can actually discuss together about this. And I'm sure that the Professor Lee is going to more talk about the epistemologies on those kind of issues as well. And really sorry, Matthias.
Thank you. I see many hands, but probably Sang-Hyun first. Yes.
Right. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Sorry for my voice. The sociologists studying the processes of bioethical deliberation have shown that there's a sort of politics of proper talk operating, meaning that there is a tendency to exclude extreme positions for the sake of achieving a consensus. But what actually happened is that a lot of critical, but not necessarily extreme positions are silenced in the process. Because it's uncomfortable, right? So you want to achieve a consensus, therefore you don't want to voices that make other people's anger, whatever. I mean, that poses a serious challenge to our efforts to incorporate various different sets of values, even critical ones, into the meaning-making process you talk about, right? So as the climate and other ecological crises are deepening, there have emerged critical discourses arguing that those crises are not just the product of greedy, ignorant humanity. I mean, that's a safe, much safer path, because we can say that, oh, we humans committed bad things, and we have to think about the environment now. But the critical discourses argue that that's not just the product of bad humanity. It's actually the results of a particular political economic system that is not only based on fossil fuel and the system is not only ecologically insensitive, but it's based on builds on profit maximization and capital accumulation as its motivation. I mean, that kind of discourse may be seen as naive or too critical, but it is gaining ground. So I'm not defending any particular position, but I'm saying that those kind of voices should be really incorporated into the meaning-making process when we think about the heritage. But it would be quite difficult to imagine that sort of voices will be heard in the official meaning-making process at the moment. So I'm just wondering whether, I think this kind of participatory processes is very important, but I think we also need to consider the kind of politics of proper talk I mentioned very seriously. Otherwise, more critical voices will be not heard.
Yes, I thought that is more like a kind of comment rather than questions. But to respond that, yes, that's why we have take who interpret and who present should be very much important issues that we have to consider. So that you mentioned about the power of the decision makers, especially in the World Health Systems, is member states or the committee member states. Their voices are quite clear to tends to the political aspects of it, but to stop them is our kind of responsibility as a kind of support their arguments and so on, so that we can actually improve those kind of process or maybe bias process of doing it. And not the environmental issues, but we did have the last 2 years research on the site of conflict. We took the case studies, we took the process of how they express the different perspective of the different groups on one side, and how those kind of conflicts has been progressed and how those kind of conflicts has been resolved at the end. So when we look at those kind of several sites on the site of conflicts, we found some of the positive aspects of the social impacts, so that both sides, by hearing the different perspective, even though they haven't achieved the final agreement on the different perspective, they have expanded their knowledge and their perspectives through those kind of, the conflicting process. So that is one good aspect of the heritage as a process, I believe, and also the interpretation strategy for the Site of Six that the World Heritage System has adopted is part of that that process that they included in their system. So even though the system is very slow to change, but actually it is our responsibility to improve and help them to look at the better aspects. But thank you very much for your comments, Professor Kim.
Okay, Rohan, yes.
This is also in line of a comment, but I was very struck by your, and this is to Matthias as well, and Sujeong. I'm reminded of Clifford Geertz, 1973, The Interpretation of Culture. And when he wrote that book, he was really trying to make a case against understanding anthropology as a scientific discipline, and arguing that actually humans are involved in webs of meaning. And so he ended up saying basically a lot of culture is a social text. And so what you might be arguing is meaning making, that the heritage site itself is a text subject to many kinds of meaning with no claims to being objective and fixed. Yeah? And I think that is a fair way of resolving the tensions that come into a heritage site. That it is meaning making precisely because it makes no claim to an objective, eternal, stable interpretation. Yeah? So I think in that way, what you are suggesting is very practical, pragmatic, and it opens up every heritage site to all kinds of possibilities without necessarily, going to the other end of saying everything is okay. There's no, anything goes, so to speak, yeah? Right? Yeah. So I think that's very helpful. But I just want to underline, another concept that I think would be very helpful to think about is Walter Benjamin's notion of the aura. There's a very specific aspect to time and place of a certain thing and site, which is why we travel, which is why we come to a heritage site, to draw upon its specific aura. So even if the Las Vegas builds the Eiffel Tower, it is not the aura of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. Yeah. So I think that was something I was looking for you to perhaps reflect on. But this is just my opinion. So
yeah.
Sorry if this is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We did have the baseline research at the beginning of our research. Yes, Walter Benjamin and also Clifford Geertz has been mentioned in our preliminary baseline research. And thank you very much for highlighting those two books as well. Thank you.
Okay, I see one last probably question from Mr. Kim. Namu? Yes.
You would like to do the comments to help me, right? Okay.
Yeah, I briefly respond to the question on the meaning of meaning by Matthias. So I think it is my personal opinion, not as a member of WHIPIC, but meaning is basically the way that anything comes to you and me as a person or people and society. So it very varies and it's not fixed and doesn't have to be only good or bad. So it is very broad concept and it should be so in order to prevent possible omission and underrepresentation of something in the context of heritage. And this is also what I have back in my mind, working on drafting the principles of interpretation and presentation of heritage. So yeah, this is, as a person, as a member of WHIPIC, I have that in mind.
Thank you very much. So now our time is up. So now we'd like to conclude our first presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Sujeong Lee. Yes. And it is now my pleasure to introduce our second speaker of the day, Dr. Nigel Mills, heritage consultant, interpretation and management and sustainable tourism. So he will be speaking about the interpretation strategies, connecting people and places, methodology and case studies. Please welcome Nigel. Thank you.
Annyeong Hateo. Thank you for your invitation to come to this beautiful city and contribute to this important conference. It is a pleasure and a great privilege to be here. Strategies, values, meaning, stories, concepts, frameworks, it all sounds very complicated, and that point has been well made in the discussion that we've just been having. And I could start by trying to tell you what I think a strategy is and what all these words may mean. Instead, I invite you to join me on a journey of exploration, my own personal journey through heritage interpretation, how I discovered heritage interpretation, how my thinking and application of heritage interpretation evolved, and how my experience of developing interpretation strategies developed and continues to develop. Along the way, we will explore the ideas of stories, meanings, and values. And when we finish, although it won't be journey's end, we can unpack a few things we've discovered on the way. And yes, that's me over there on the right, resting on my shovel in contemplative mode, while my brothers do the work on an archaeological dig just a few years ago, obviously. Every picture tells a story. In giving this presentation, I wish to thank my colleagues who have helped me along the way, and in particular Christoph Flugel, Senior Advisor for Independent Museums in Bavaria, and Lisa and Chris at Minerva Heritage for bringing youth, imagination, rigor, and technical support to the many projects we have worked on together. As with any journey, before we start, we need to pack our bags, to bring a few things along with us. We'll pick up some more things on the way, but we need a few things to start off with, but I will try to keep things light. First, what I say in this presentation is evidently approached from a European perspective. Some principles are, I think, universal, but the approaches need to be adapted to different cultural perspectives. In Europe, for instance, and in Western Europe in particular, the focus in looking after heritage has tended to be on the physical monuments, which we try to wrap up and protect in as close to their original condition as possible. In some other cultures, monuments are living entities that can be added to and altered over time without affecting their fundamental spiritual integrity. The second piece of baggage is a little bit heavier, defining strategies, plans, and concepts. A challenge here is that the English language can be a very false friend. English seems easy to learn and to use to communicate and infinitely adaptable. But when you need detail and precision, it can be a nightmare, as many of the words are used interchangeably and can be synonyms for each other, which was great for Shakespeare, but it's not so good for us in this context. So, a few ground rules for presentation. In this context, a strategy is a type of high-level plan. It involves developing an overview of lots of different elements and perspectives, identifying your purpose and direction, the things you need to take into consideration on the way, and how you might deliver it. A plan deals with the detailed process of executing or delivering your strategy in specific contexts, at a site or a museum, for instance, with designs, budgets, timelines, and all the things involved in the project management process. A concept in this place is essentially an idea. It could be more or less detailed and could form the focus for a strategy or the central idea behind a strategy. For instance, an overarching narrative is essentially an idea or concept that binds many disparate elements together. An overarching narrative or concept is often the central element of an interpretation strategy. Some light reading and a thought to carry with you is that a heritage interpretation strategy is essentially, I think, a communication strategy, especially when applied to the management of a World Heritage Site. An interpretation strategy can be seen as a communication strategy for the meanings and values of a heritage place. Like a communication strategy for an organization, interpretation should weave through all aspects of the management of a heritage site and involve all the stakeholders in management, protection, conservation, community engagement, tourism, visitor experiences, businesses, sustainable development, etc. In my view, it is the oil that keeps all the parts moving and the glue that keeps them together. And a final carry-on piece of baggage. What is heritage interpretation? Essentially, it is the art of revealing to visitors the meaning and significance of objects and places. It is an art, not a science, but there are principles and a methodology through which to deliver good practice. The art lies in the process of revealing these meanings, not just imparting knowledge from on high, from academics and professionals who often act as the gatekeepers of knowledge. A key principle of heritage interpretation is to make connections with the everyday lives of people we wish to communicate with. Visitors, local people, as well as other stakeholders such as landowners, politicians, and tourism, whether that's family life, whether it's food and drink, whether it's fashion, whether it's crafts, a range of things, the objective is to connect. People are interested in people and what they do, not in piles of rocks or mounds of earth. Values-based interpretation involves a process of understanding that a heritage property can have many different values depending upon the perspectives of the people involved, and identifying which values should be prioritized and communicated for whom and to whom. This process is participatory and should involve consultation and participation with all the different stakeholders for whom the heritage property has meaning and value. So, let's begin my journey, a few years on from that first experience of an archaeological site with my brothers. And if I travel too fast, just let me know. I studied archaeology and anthropology at Cambridge and went on to do a doctorate and postgraduate research in landscape archaeology at Sheffield, working mainly in France and Italy. Via a course in information studies, I segued into a job in countryside management as a manager of a country park, looking after and promoting public access to the environment and telling stories about the landscape and its human heritage. It was here that I learnt about heritage interpretation and had great fun helping to bring the cultural and natural landscape to life for children and adults and communicating key messages about looking after our planet and nature conservation. This did seem to involve an awful lot of dressing up. And the Winnie the Pooh characters proved a fun and effective means of engaging both children and adults, enabling them to explore not just the 100-acre wood, but tropical rainforests and the Industrial Revolution as well. I spent many hours as the hind legs of Eeyore. I learnt that heritage interpretation is a means of bringing heritage to life by connecting with the everyday experiences of people. Heritage interpretation is also about communicating key messages and values for people to understand and potentially to act on. I also learnt that the interpretation of cultural and natural heritage is closely linked. The landscape of the country park had important environmental values, but had important cultural values also. I moved on to manage the archaeological and geological site of Cresswell Crags in the East Midlands of England. Cresswell Crags is Britain's most important archaeological and geological site for engaging people with the story of the Ice Age. It is a protected heritage monument and a protected environmental site and has been proposed as a potential World Heritage Site. The site is a limestone gorge, honeycombed with caves, which have produced evidence of people and animals from 45,000 to 10,000 years ago, including Britain's only Ice Age cave art, discovered on my watch, in the form of engraved images of animals and birds including bison, deer, and ibis. We again had fun finding new and interesting ways to bring the site to life for visitors using heritage interpretation principles, engaging them with the story of our human existence on Earth, our relationship to our planet, and the emerging challenge of climate change. We experimented with arts-based interpretation, working with a variety of artists to find ways of bringing life and meaning to the past. At Cresswell Crags, I learnt about interpretation planning for exhibitions and educational activity, and the process of identifying key themes through which to communicate key messages about human adaptation and climate change. The experience also reinforced my understanding of the close links between cultural and natural heritage values in understanding and communicating about ancient environments and human adaptation. Perhaps most importantly, I was able to experiment with using the arts as a powerful vehicle for communicating ideas and engaging people with heritage. A 2-year interlude as manager of a European-funded community development program in the North Pennines protected landscape area taught me a lot about the opportunities and processes of engaging with local people and businesses. In the next stage of my journey, I became Director of World Heritage for the Hadrian's Wall World Heritage Site. The trouble with Hadrian's Wall is that while the views are stunning, for many visitors, the heritage itself is fundamentally boring. It's just repeated piles of rocks, and once you've seen one, you've seen them all. What's more, it's all Roman stuff, which is pretty tedious, as the Romans tended to do the same things everywhere, and one Roman fort is pretty similar to the next, and anyway, everything is known about the Romans, isn't it? Outstanding universal value focuses on values as determined by academics, and in the case of Hadrian's Wall, on the construction and fabric of the monument, not on the stories the monument can reveal or the values and meanings that the site may hold for visitors, for local communities, for managers, and for many other stakeholders. Along Hadrian's Wall, the interpretation strategy that existed at the time, note the title, was very prescriptive and traditional and focused on the outstanding universal value. All the sites and museums presented the same story to visitors about the details of how the wall had been constructed, the objects that had been found, and the soldiers who lived in the forts. The challenge was to bring the stones and the Roman stories they concealed to life, with different sites telling different stories, connecting with people, and inspiring their interest and imagination. Genevieve Adkins and I wish to introduce new ways of thinking, using the principles and practices of heritage interpretation. Our new idea was to create a framework and guidance through which the sites and museums could develop complementary visitor offers following good interpretation practice. To use an analogy from cooking, the interpretation framework would provide a list of ingredients that the curatorial chefs at the restaurants, the museums along Hadrian's Wall could use to create delicious, exciting, and different interpretive menus for their visitors. Alternatively, you can picture an interpretation framework as the wireframe diagram for a website that shows how all the pages relate to each other. We called this an interpretation framework to differentiate it from the existing interpretation strategy and to emphasize this new way of thinking. The key principles that we developed were that interpretation should be audience-focused, that the framework should enable the different sites to tell different stories in different ways, and that interpretation should follow good interpretation practice as promoted by professional heritage interpreters. The process of developing the framework involved extensive audience research, including workshops, focus groups, and telephone survey, alongside desktop research and site visits. Through this process, we developed and tested an overarching narrative concept, and illustrated how this could be used to deliver differentiated interpretation at different sites, with each site contributing its own particular story in its own particular way. The Hadrian's Wall interpretation framework focused on the story of the Roman occupation of Britain, on the sites and museums along the wall, and their existing and potential visitors. The key driver for the narrative concept was the idea that you cannot understand any frontier without understanding the political, economic, geographical, and social circumstances that led to its creation. An idea that is perhaps all the more relevant given where we are at the moment. This overarching concept moved interpretation away from the outstanding universal value of the wall as an ancient object to the wall as a piece of evidence in the broader narrative of the Roman frontier story. For various reasons, the framework did not cover the wider values and meanings of the wall. It was a big enough challenge just dealing with the Romans, and I'll reflect on that a little later in my talk. Supporting themes identified that longer list of ingredients, or the wireframe that I mentioned previously, that the sites and museums could use to create a wider range of interesting and different offers for visitors. The interpretation plan for the Roman Frontier Gallery at Tullie House Museum in Carlisle is one of the best illustrations of the interpretation framework in practice. The core story in this plan is the ebb and flow of the frontier in northern Britain over 400 years. The frontier story is not all about Hadrian's Wall. To understand Hadrian's Wall, you have to understand the story of the frontier as a whole. A key innovation in the interpretation plan for the Roman Frontier Gallery, guided by the interpretation framework, was to make the connection between Roman and modern frontiers, challenging visitors to think about the meanings of frontiers, the reasons for their creation, and the ways they affect human lives. The Roman Frontier Gallery has proved very popular with visitors, with the Living Wall exhibit being the most popular and most engaging section of the gallery. As well as connecting past and present frontiers, the Living Wall exhibit also enabled us to communicate UNESCO's core values in promoting world peace through international collaboration and understanding. And visitors were invited to express their thoughts and emotions by leaving comments for other visitors to read. It's clear from the many comments left by visitors that the Living Wall exhibit has successfully achieved its objective of challenging visitors to think both about the social and the personal consequences of the wall. And that final quote, "I've visited Hadrian's Wall many times. This is the first time I've seriously considered the social and personal consequences of the wall," perhaps demonstrates that very eloquently. With the Tullie House Youth Forum, I dug deeper into the reactions provoked by the Living Wall, analysing and categorising the numerous comments left by visitors. One comment from a visitor is literally heritage interpretation gold, demonstrating clearly and unequivocally that we had achieved our objective. And I'll just leave you to make sure you've read the comment over on the right-hand side for a moment. The young people from the Youth Forum also found meaning through their study of visitor comments. To illustrate this, I'd like to play you a short video from Marcy, one of the youth group, telling us of her experience.
When I first decided to get involved with this project, I was really excited about it because I think that sharing views about borders and barriers is the first step to coming together, as it promotes understanding and tolerance. Throughout this project, my opinion has been reinforced by some amazing comments and really positive views of the public. It's been really amazing to see the diversity of those who have commented on this exhibition. Two comments in particular stuck out to me. because for very different reasons, they both commented on the sadness connected with barriers, but also a way to overcome this and work towards a positive resolution. So the first comment was from a grieving mother saying, "We walk this wall for our son Jonathan. We miss him for over 1 year now." And a heart, "Mom." That comment was really moving to me because it was really personal from the person who had written it. And it spoke to me about working towards resolution and understanding. More specifically about conflict, somebody asked a question that was really thought-provoking. Why throw yourself at a wall, go the other way? This comment wasn't denying that a wall was an obstacle, but to me, it was all about the understanding of the conflict and learning to change.
I was now advising others rather than delivering interpretation for my own organisation. What was it that I and my colleagues were bringing to the process? First and foremost, the importance of audience research and stakeholder consultation. Secondly, the idea of an overarching narrative concept designed to broaden the scope of interpretation so as to help understand what was being interpreted and to enable more diverse and engaging narratives. Perhaps most importantly, we were introducing the idea of challenging people to think for themselves and to react. As a World Heritage Site, we were also encouraging visitors to think about what World Heritage status means and the core values of UNESCO. For my next case study, we moved from Carlisle in the north of England to the rural district of Landshut in Bavaria, and a project that focused on a group of 11 Heimat museums. Heimat museums store and display collections of objects and stories that celebrate local identity and its rootedness in landscape, history, and culture. The challenges we were asked to address were that the Heimat museums no longer seemed relevant to the modern world. The displays of objects were repetitive and attracted very few visitors, while the Heimat volunteers were aging with very few young people involved. Through a participatory process of questionnaires, meetings, and workshops, we explored what local people felt was special about their landscape and its history, and what they would like local communities and visitors to know about it. From our research and consultation, it became clear that this landscape provided an exceptional opportunity to explore the evolving story of people and landscape over 7,000 years. The archaeology in particular is exceptional in providing abundant evidence of continuous use by people for farming and for trade. This story connects directly with the modern world, enabling exploration of human impacts over recent times and whether we can continue to use this landscape sustainably in the future in light of climate change, overexploitation, and other pressures. The central interpretive concept that we developed was the story of people and landscape over 7,000 years. This story could be told by focusing on several core themes, including people and landscape, exchange, trade and migration, adaptation, innovation and change, and the archaeology and other evidence that enables us to explore and to tell this story. This framework would enable each Heimat museum to use its collections to tell different stories, each museum contributing in a different way to the wider narrative of people and landscape over 7,000 years. For the Hadrian's Wall interpretation framework, the scope and impact of the central interpretation concept focused on stories connected to the Roman frontiers and the main sites and museums. It did not deal with the wider values and meanings and was not explicitly formulated as a driver for other activity. In the district of Landshut, the interpretation strategy was explicitly designed as a driver for many other elements of managing the Heimat museums, including exhibitions, digitizing the collections, a network of interpreted trails linking the museums, branding informed by the core interpretation concept, pooling resources, and financial investment and development. Here, the interpretation framework with its overarching narrative concept was at the heart of a much wider strategy for which heritage interpretation acted as the driver. Since the strategy was published in 2019, significant progress has been made in delivering all the different elements, with heritage interpretation continuing to act as the driver. This progress includes appointment of a project officer, creation of several sections of the network of trails, agreement and development of joint branding, digitization of the collections, and improvements to one museum, following which the local Heimat Association has recruited new and younger members, and 2 other museums now wish to follow a similar course. So what did myself and my colleagues bring to the project as heritage professionals? First, the project underlined the importance of community and stakeholder consultation. This was an entirely new and different approach for our client, who was initially skeptical, but was very pleased with the result. Second, our approach focused on linking the museums with the places and landscapes from which the museum collections came. Too often, museum collections are divorced from their cultural landscapes. Third, the overarching narrative concept made a deliberate link between past and present, challenging people to reflect on how to use this landscape sustainably. Fourth, and a clear development from the Hadrian's Wall strategy, heritage interpretation was being used as a driver for a much wider program of activity, including trails, branding, and revitalizing the local Heimat museums. All these elements were intended to clearly connect people with place. Finally, and most importantly, as heritage interpreters, we were acting as negotiators, mediating between a range of stakeholders to deliver a common vision and action plan. Importantly, we were not telling them what to do. Through the consultation process, they were telling us what they wanted to do. We were helping them by providing structure and a vision. My next case study is a section of the Roman frontier in Bavaria, Germany, part of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire World Heritage Site that also includes Hadrian's Wall in England and the Antonine Wall in Scotland. You can see from the diagram the strategic location of the land frontier between the Rhine and the Danube, and the way that this land frontier cuts across the triangle formed by the upper reaches of the 2 big rivers. The Limesgemeinden is a group of 6 municipalities along the line of the Roman frontier that have formed a partnership to realize the potential of their part of the Roman frontier to contribute to the social and economic well-being of local people. The Limesgemeinden invited us to work with them to develop a new interpretation at the museum in Kippenberg and to explore how this might be linked to interpretation in the wider landscape. It is a beautiful limestone landscape that attracts lots of walkers and people who engage in outdoor pursuits. But there are no significant Roman remains to see on the ground, just earth mounds on the edges of fields or moss-covered stones in woods. All the interesting things happened well behind the Roman frontier line, so the stories that can be told are very limited. Fundamentally, a bit like Hadrian's Wall, the frontier archaeology is boring. There's very little to see, and it's very repetitive. The story is also limited in time, as this part of the frontier operated for only 100 years before it was abandoned. More importantly still, there was little connection between the world heritage of the Roman frontiers and local communities. In view of the challenges, it was clear that there was a big opportunity to do something different, to rethink the museum and its connections with the Limes and local people, to build on local interest and to empower local people to present their Limes story rather than have a Limes story imposed on them. This was also an opportunity to provide tangible benefit to local people through their own activities. The process is becoming familiar. Background research, site visits and consultation, followed by testing outline proposals, before moving on to a final presentation. Consultation with local people was at the heart of the process, and we explored what is important for them, what did they want to achieve, and how did they think they might achieve it. We involved local mayors, local communities, tourism officers, volunteers, museum staff, and archaeologists. One story emerged that clearly resonated with local people and could provide a focus for interpretation. This was the story of a warrior chieftain, the so-called Carmarthen warrior, whose remains had been found in an archaeological dig and was the reason that the museum had been created. This warrior lived in the area over 150 years after the Roman frontier had been abandoned. However, his rich grave goods showed he had lived in close contact with the late Roman Empire through trade and possibly also by serving as a mercenary in the late Roman army. It also became clear that there were many other stories that could be told that had real meaning and value to local people. Some of these stories were legacies of the Limes, such as local folklore references to the remains of the Limes as the work of the devil, the Devil's Wall, and the construction of wayside religious shrines to provide protection against the devil's work while people were working in the fields. Other stories concerned rural life in the area and the thriving network of local festivals, clubs, and societies. The Carmarthen warrior could provide a focus for telling the story of the Limes, looking back to the time of the Roman frontier and forwards to later times and to the modern world. Feedback from the consultation led us to propose expanding the storytelling approach to include the voices of modern people alongside the voice of the Carmarthen warrior, telling their stories and giving their perspectives on both past and present. This could include reflections on the core UNESCO values about promoting cooperation and understanding, not just amongst the municipalities of the Limesgemeinden, but reaching out and connecting with communities across the world heritage of the frontiers of the Roman Empire. The faces of the Limes, with the voice of the Carmarthen warrior in the lead role, will be at the centre of the interpretive concept for the museum at Kippenberg. We use this central concept of the faces of the Limes as the core driver of a wider strategy to link the museum with the wider landscape and its communities. Heritage interpretation would act as a driver for a range of activity that could deliver social and economic benefits across the communities. A key element of this strategy was to link indoors interpretation at the museum with outdoors interpretation in the landscape. The idea of the visitor journey was central to this wider strategy, thinking about the visitor experience indoors and outdoors in terms of encouraging people to decide to visit, reinforcing that decision on arrival and entry, connecting with the people and stories whilst making their visit, carrying the feelings and thoughts awakened by those connections on exiting, and then exploring the meanings and values that remain long after the visit has ended. Central to the outdoor proposals was a network of trails through the landscape of the nature park Altmutal that would help people encounter the faces and places of Limes, walk in their footsteps, link in with and signpost visitors to the museum experience. These trails would form part of an integrated, joined-up World Heritage Tourism package designed to appeal to visitors to the nature park Altmutal, walkers, cyclists, and lovers of the outdoors, so the Roman stories would be interconnected with the other stories of the landscape of the nature park Altmutal. The tourism package would include opportunities for entrepreneurial activity linked to the Limes World Heritage, targeted visitors to the nature park Altmutal, including outdoor experiences of life in the past, guided walks and cycle rides, food and drink and accommodation offers, and events and festivals. To help link communities with the World Heritage of the Limes, we proposed that each municipality would have a community reference point defined as a location where local people can gather formally or informally to celebrate in their own way their connection with the Limes. A community reference point would be located close to the Limes and comprise a range of installations that might include a Roman-themed play area, picnic and barbecue facilities, interpretive art installations, and perhaps a pub or cafe. Rather than a Roman museum focused on the archaeology of the Roman frontier, the museum would become a community museum, with the story of the Roman frontier as a central but not exclusive theme within an overarching narrative linking local people with their landscape and heritage. The museum would act as a hub for local communities, providing training and education opportunities and a place where local people can celebrate and explore their connections with the world heritage of the Roman frontiers and the wider story of the landscape. As with the Landsat project, interpretation is driving a wider strategy across the landscape of the Limesgemeinden that includes development of tourism and associated business opportunities. The core of the strategy is the concept of the faces of the Limes, connecting people and place in ways that focus on the meanings and values that are important for local people. Reflecting again on what we as interpretation professionals brought to the process, most of the elements are now familiar, but gained greater emphasis. As with the Landsat project, the idea of community and stakeholder consultation was entirely novel, but everyone was very happy with the outcome. Similar to Landsat also, the project was about linking museums and landscape, but with added emphasis on the communities and their collective pride in their local area. It was this aspect of using local values and meanings attached to heritage that was most significant and which ultimately determined the overarching concept for interpretation, focusing on the faces of the Limes, both ancient and modern. In this project also, heritage interpretation is acting as a driver for a much wider range of activity, with the heritage interpreters acting as negotiators and facilitators in the process. My final case study that I'll touch on very briefly concerns the Roman frontiers in Romania, the Dacian Limes. The Dacian Limes extend over 1,500 kilometers around Transylvania, running along the lower edges of the Carpathian mountain chain. The Dacian Limes constitute the longest and most complex frontier sector of a Roman province in present-day Europe. The heritage assets that form the basis of the World Heritage nomination comprise over 280 components. There is a very wide range of archaeological sites and collections that provide testimony to the story of the Roman frontier. The core of the story is a major campaign by the Romans at the start of the 2nd century AD to seize the rich gold mines of the Rossa Montana in the Western Carpathians, itself nominated as a World Heritage Site in 2021. The Romans used the gold, amongst other things, to rebuild the Forum in Rome, including the construction of Trajan's Column that celebrates the Dacian Wars. They encouraged people to migrate into the area and establish the legionary fortresses and towns. We have been appointed to develop an interpretation strategy for the Dacian Limes that will support the process of nomination for World Heritage status. We completed the first phase of the project, the information gathering phase, at the beginning of this year. These are the only slides that are going to be a bit text heavy, so bear with me, and we're coming to an end. The draft structure of the interpretation strategy illustrates the methodology and process through which we are developing the strategy and the way that interpretation will feed into many other aspects of the management of the Dacian Limes, acting as both the oil to keep them working smoothly and the glue to bind them. As I hope has been illustrated through the case studies, the purpose of an interpretation strategy is to identify the values and meanings of a heritage place and provide guidance on how these can be communicated to a wide range of different audiences to seek to connect people and place. The process is participatory, designed to enable understanding of what the heritage place means to a wide range of different stakeholders and the values they place on it, especially the values and meanings that are relevant to the communities for which the place is part of their identity. Participation should be built into the process from the start, identifying where and what sort of participation is needed and how this will contribute to the strategy. The process is also iterative, not sequential, and may involve revising different sections in the light of new information and insights gained as the project to develop the strategy moves forward. The process of developing the strategy involves assessment of the physical assets, the archaeology and the collections, for instance, and the stories associated with them, especially their wider context. Alongside this assessment of the physical assets, an assessment of key audiences for interpretation is required, and how this may affect approaches to interpretation, such as the hooks to engage their interest and the types of media most appropriate to the way they receive information. The assessment process includes exploring wider meanings and values that may be relevant to different stakeholders and audiences. Following information gathering and assessment, we can move to develop an overarching narrative or concept and supporting interpretive themes and storylines. With such a large and complex heritage resource as the Dacian limes, this will necessarily need to be adapted to regional circumstances in terms of the stories to be told and the audiences to be engaged with. This central narrative concept and supporting themes, storylines, values, and regional adaptations will provide the interpretation framework at the core of the strategy, through which interpretation can be mapped to indicative sites and museums, illustrating how the interpretation strategy might be delivered. The final section of the strategy focuses on guidance and recommendations and an action plan for applying the strategy. This includes guidance on how the visitor experience links with management and conservation and other management issues, and on how communities and businesses can be involved in interpretation. The action plan will include development of detailed interpretation plans for individual sites and museums, and recommendations as to the skills and resources needed to deliver the action plan and how this might be done. The Roman spa at Gamisara illustrates the linkage between site management, conservation, and interpretation in creating a visitor experience. At present, there is little interpretation, the site is poorly managed, and many important features of the site are being eroded by visitors walking across them. These features need to be protected, but it is also important that visitors can see and understand them to understand how the site operated and its significance. Conservation measures will need to take account of the visitor experience as a whole, as this is key to interpreting the site and enabling visitors to understand it. Conservation and interpretation need to be closely linked. Finally, and I thought it would be interesting to share with you some of the feedback from the consultation process as an illustration of different meanings and values. In one situation, in an isolated rural community, it was clear that the site had immense meaning for the local community and had great potential as a local educational resource and a local cultural asset, but was unlikely ever to contribute significantly to the local economy. In a second situation, there was a clear difference in perception of the significance of the Roman story for different groups within the community. For one group in the community, the remains were seen as an important part of local heritage, and people hoped there might also be some economic benefit from World Heritage status. A second group in the community, of a Hungarian cultural background, denied that the remains were Roman at all, and insisted they were instead the remains of a medieval castle built by a Hungarian nobleman. In a third situation, a Roman well at a site had mythical status, where couples became engaged and wedding ceremonies were conducted by the local priest. A socially and economically marginalized community lived on the edge of the site, and several from this community were employed to clean and help look after the site. One young man had the job of keeping the grass mown and expressed his pride in helping to look after the site. At this point, the local priest interrupted and told the young man to stop talking, as he knew nothing about the Romans and had nothing to contribute to the discussion. Needless to say, we intervened to say this was totally out of order and that everyone in the room had equal right to their opinions and to contribute to the discussion. Another contributor asked why we were glorifying the Romans in seeking the World Heritage nomination, as this was in fact an evil civilization that practiced genocide, enslaved people, and exploited them for the benefit of the empire. Heritage interpretation focuses on communicating significant ideas about a place to people, fostering a thorough shared understanding of the heritage within its economic, social, and environmental context among all stakeholders, and thereby laying the groundwork for effective and inclusive heritage systems. The core function of an interpretation strategy is to articulate the role of heritage interpretation as the glue that binds and the oil that ensures their effective operation. To close, and a little bit of advertising here, anyone attending this conference is eligible for a 20% discount on my recent book On the Right, published through BAR Publishing, and I'll provide the conference organisers with information about how participants can obtain the discount. Together with my colleague Lisa Keys, I'm currently preparing another publication about co-creative approaches to exploring the Roman frontiers to be published by BAR next year. Hamza Hamida.
Thank you, Nigel. He has guided us through his heritage interpretation journey from the European perspective to the heritage interpretation strategy and its interesting case studies. Now we want to take some questions and comments for his presentation. Yes, Rohan, yes, yeah.
Thank you, Nigel, for a terrific and stimulating presentation. My question is really about really locating the Romans as in the sense that how exactly would the frontier speak to the negative sides of that empire? Yeah, with Britain being part of a colonized Rome. Yeah, and how do you exactly handle that?
That was the whole basis of the interpretation plan for the Roman Frontier Gallery at Tully House. Evidently, I've done a gloss on the case studies that I've been through and picked out certain elements that were highlights. Fundamentally, the whole concept for the Roman Frontier Gallery at Tully House was to explore the whole idea that Britain was a colony of the Roman Empire. It was exploited by the Romans. People were brutally put down. The local population was fundamentally ignored to some extent, except for the elites. And the area was used to provide material resources for the Roman Empire. And we just covered that straightforwardly and clearly, and there was no problem with people engaging with that concept. Certainly, if given the opportunity in other contexts, and there is a possible opportunity on its way, I would very much like to explore more of the negative aspects of the Roman Empire, but evidently to think about those in an appropriate context. It's very easy for us to look back on the Roman Empire and criticize them for lots of things with a modern perspective, how we need to balance that and think about that and similar sorts of exploitation through history, but absolutely.
Sorry, could I just follow? Actually I was trying to see how I could put the second problem that I have. In India, there are interpretations of, for example, what is often referred to as the Muslim invasions, though historians disagree with the fact that it is an invasion and whether it's Muslim. Yeah, it was very typical of that period for empires to expand. Very typical of, for example, in Central Asia to have these nomadic warrior groups to actually expand into different territories. Yeah, but in India, this can be an extremely difficult narrative to discuss and get across. Yeah, especially because it's very much part of the majoritarian politics that's going on right now. Yeah, so there are, for example, very skilled historians like Richard Eaton, who's actually referred to them as Turkic groups rather than Muslim groups. Yeah? And so on and so forth. We have a huge, and that you cannot have an invasion unless you have a political border. You have a frontier, which is, very much part of a different logic. But how to get these very nuanced discussions going, given exactly what you said, that in the modern period, to understand the Roman Empire, not as simply as pillage and loot, but really part of the logics of that period. And so I'm just wondering, sometimes, at least in different areas, like in India, this can just explode into something else, yeah? Not necessarily a heritage site, but actually a call for war between communities. Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely. And I think as heritage interpreters in those situations, we have to navigate a very careful path, which is why that whole process at the start of developing an interpretation strategy is about understanding the different perspectives, where people are coming from, and to help in the process of identifying the minefields, to avoid them as far as possible, and also to find ways of navigating through them. It may be that in certain situations it's not possible to navigate, and actually you have to, as Marcy said in her talk, we have to go round them. But yeah, absolutely.
I mean, perhaps some people don't know that in India today there's an active movement to claim that the Taj Mahal is an ancient temple, with no evidence and no facts to support that, yeah? But really part of this whole effort at hatred. So
one of the great opportunities associated with the frontiers of the Roman Empire were two great opportunities. One is the fact that it is a transnational World Heritage Site, and therefore there is the opportunity to explore some of these issues and to share experience on a transnational basis. A second, more specifically related to your point, is that there could be a wonderful opportunity somewhere along the frontiers to explore the whole idea of frontiers globally, and to use that as to develop a narrative and explore different sides and tensions.
Yes, Sonia, you had some thoughts.
Thank you so much, Nigel, for a really, really intriguing talk, and I think your work is so wonderfully cross-cutting, so I'm excited to learn more about it. My question is about the connection between the work you do and nature conservation, and I think, for instance, of the Caledonian Highlands, the Caledonian Forest in Scotland, where there's efforts to rewild or restore some of the landscape to something that perhaps ancient peoples might recognize or find familiar. And I wonder, to what extent are there opportunities here to connect the work you do and connect the work that you are already doing with the local communities? Is there conservation potential for some of that? I was looking at the beautiful images of Creswell Crags. Is there potential for that? Do you find, or are there, alternatively, flipping it around, ways in which your work actually would be in conflict with some of the nature conservation desires in that area? Any thoughts?
A whole day's worth. Lots of different thoughts. Chuck out one or two of them. Certainly in the UK, there are no natural landscapes. And one of the challenges that I've always faced when talking to naturalists and environmentalists is that they have this idea of returning to some preconceived natural state. It's nirvana. It never happened, and is never going to happen. Whatever they constitute is a cultural environment, and the choices have to be based on what cultural environment it is that we want and what benefits in different ways that's going to bring. So that's my starting point on that particular one. Can the two be integrated? Absolutely, love them to be. Major challenge on Hadrian's Wall, trying to get those two things to mess up, to mesh together, because the first thing that people see when they go to Hadrian's Wall is not the wall, but the landscape. And the wall is just a pile of stones. And actually what they're looking at, the landscape. And the section of Hadrian's Wall that they actually look at is not typical of what Hadrian's Wall actually was. It is very emotive in that it brings very much the essence of this idea of being on the edge of the world, but that is a totally false interpretation of what that particular part of Hadrian's Wall was all about. So yeah, lots of interesting conflicts there. I mean, a sort of example of that dichotomy is the multi-million-pound landscape interpretation centre that was developed in the centre of Hadrian's Wall a few years ago. In its remit for operation, it was explicitly forbidden that there could be any mentions of Romans. And I thought that was appalling. But anyway, there you go.
Okay, Francesca, did you want to talk?
Thank you, Nigel, for your presentation. So I have a question about the work that you're doing with the local communities. So you presented some cases of, how these individuals more than communities are visiting the sites and provide, what do the site mean to them. So I was wondering, what are the challenges of engaging those communities, and also what are the challenges of engaging those communities who actually don't come to the site, and why they don't want to come, or what is the meaning that may or may not associate with the Hadrian Wall, for example, or another heritage site?
There are no global solutions. I think I would say you have to take every site and every situation on its merits, which is why you need to begin that process very carefully to identify who are the excluded, who are the included, and what potential ways there might be of including those people. On the most recent examples working in Germany, it's been difficult to drill down to perhaps identify excluded communities in those contexts, because for the people that we were dealing with, already the idea of doing consultation was a novel idea. And to start expanding that out to start saying, well, okay, who isn't visiting? On the other hand, it's clear to say that I mean, there were local people visiting the limes, but were there a lot of other people for whom the limes did not mean anything at all? And that was one of the reasons that we came up with the idea of the community reference points, which was somewhere that people could celebrate their connection to the limes, but which didn't necessarily have any explicit sort of Romanness about it. It was things that they would engage in everyday activities, but which it would be where there would be some sort of association with the Romans, and to help develop that, foster that attachment.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. My question is about the role of specific historical characters, in your work, because I was thinking of Hadrian, for example, it's a very important figure in the history of Roman Empire, and there are monuments like Hadrian's Gate and, all sorts of monuments in other parts of Europe. So when I think of Hadrian's Wall, it's not like anyone else's wall. It's like it's Hadrian's Wall. So what is the role of specific personalities, and how can interpretation give them calibrate, this focus on certain people, certain historical characters in a way that draws on the appeal that they may offer, but at the same time without letting them overpower the other aspects of the site.
Again, that goes back to, or one aspect of that is at the heart of the interpretation plan for the Roman Frontier Gallery at Tully House, where instead of having Hadrian's face alone, we have the faces of 3 emperors, because to get across that this isn't all about Hadrian, that actually there are a number of other key people involved, and they weren't the only ones, but they're perhaps the ones people will have heard of. So yeah, absolutely. sometimes these people have become associated with the wall for the wrong reasons, and that needs to be covered in the interpretation. On the other hand, it can also be a useful hook for certain audiences to engage their interest, and then perhaps to unveil when, as part of their visit, that actually this isn't the full story.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? If not, we would like to probably conclude our second presentation. Thank you very much, Nigel. Yes. Yeah, so now we would like to take a 10-minute break. So we'll resume the session at 11:40. Yes. Thank you. have your attention, please? The session will be starting shortly, so please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, now we will resume the session. Now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Matthias Ripp, Senior Heritage Manager from Old Town Regensburg with Stadtamhof, Germany. Yes, please, the floor is yours. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Matthias Ripp.
So good morning or good midday to all of you. I'm happy that finally I can speak to you about heritage interpretation in the context of changing communication models and heritage practices. And I will look at it from a system-based view and elaborate a little bit my thoughts. This is work in progress, so it's not 100% finished. So I'm really looking forward to any comments you have on this. So, first I will give you a little bit of introduction, research question and hypothesis. Then I will talk about heritage interpretation in a changing world, heritage interpretation as a practice of communication, the way we do heritage interpretation. This is basically about different use cases, because I think the use cases from the times of Freeman Tilden till today have changed significantly. And before I forget it, at this point, thank you so much for the invitation to this event. You did a wonderful job in hosting us, and I'm really happy to be here. And also thank you, Nigel, for bringing up all these Bavarian examples so that I don't need to repeat them. Thank you so much. So my fifth point is I did some analysis about different heritage interpretation concepts and try to look for patterns and what are the differences. And also I give like a draft idea for another definition of heritage interpretation that introduces a little bit the concept also of resonance. Because I'm still in my mind stuck with your meaning, the meaning of meaning. Maybe this is the most important question when we talk about heritage interpretation. And then I have some concluding remarks. So let's start the ride. I hope you're prepared. So, do we need to adapt the concept of heritage interpretation? And if so, why? Or are we still happy with the Bible, as someone called it, or Freeman Tilden? Are we still in that stage with a person standing in front of like 10 to 15 Boy Scouts in one of the national parks with a basic shelter explaining the wonders of the national parks? Is this still the context we have today? I think only sometimes, but a lot of things have changed. So what we are seeing today is we see a massive change in the concepts of cultural heritage. So our understanding of cultural heritage is shifting significantly. And also the interpretation ideas, as we've heard before, they are shifting significantly, as well as the communication patterns. Anyway, many heritage experts, and I'm talking here of my colleagues of site managers in Europe mainly, they use a concept of heritage interpretation that is one by one, the one by Freeman Tilden, which is deeply rooted in a linear communication concept and really comes from a different time with a different context, with different ideas. So I think we have a need to change heritage interpretation, and I'm very glad that WHIPIC has taken up this job, and I'm happy to contribute to this discussion. So also we have new definitions that you have collected, and I will go into that later and do some ideas of what are the differences, do we see like a trend over time, what are the core ideas in the different definitions of heritage interpretation. So my hypothesis for today is we have three factors that are decisive for the interpretation of cultural heritage. So three things basically are changing. So first of all, it's the world, obviously, since the days of Freeman Tilden, that has changed so much. Second, it's our communication practice, at least with the advent of social media and this content interaction and feedback and parallel of things that are happening all the time immediately. And the third thing is the way we are doing it, the way we are practicing heritage interpretation. The use cases have changed dramatically and are still changing. Like every week we have a new social media thing coming up. Now we have TikTok, and we have a lot of things that are just changing. So let's have a look at the first part. Heritage interpretation in a changing world. So obviously today the world is radically different from the 1960s, but what exactly is different? We have a lot more mobility. We have a lot of things. The world has become a smaller place because mobility has increased. We have access to different cultures, diversity has increased, and cultural expressions that we have access to are easier on our hands. And this is a completely changed world than in the 1960s, where we have been focused on more proximity of things. So our understanding of culture was basically based by regional, local, maybe national aspects. But today we have this universality of cultures, so we have access to cultures from all around the world in our mobile phone all the time during the day. So this is like a really, really great change in the way we deal with culture. We have new concepts coming up, answering to recent crises. We have concepts like sustainability, resilience. We have heard about sustainable development a lot. I like to use more the concept of urban transformation today, because a lot of things that are happening in our cities are not the things we necessarily plan for, but they just happen. So we have a lot of change in the context, in the environment. Of course, we have climate change, we had COVID, so the world has become a place, and we heard the term before, with more uncertainty, and things are more easier accessible, but also it seems like the challenges and the speed these challenges are coming towards us is like maybe a little bit suffocating. So we perceive a lot of pressure. Oh, there was one too fast. So also our idea of cultural heritage has changed. Now we see it as a social construction. We see it as also as a variety of resources and attributes. It's connected to values. The ideas of conservation, the concepts of conservation has changed. And we have, of course, different legal status in different countries. So in a way, since the 1960s, the whole sector of heritage has professionalized significantly with building up of institutions like UNESCO, ICOMOS, but also a lot of policies, university courses. It seems like every 2 weeks we have a new course on heritage management somewhere on earth. I mean, it's like everyone is jumping the heritage train. This is by Ana Pereira Rodas, by the way, many of you probably know her. So we have also problems related to that. So we have just more and more different categories coming up. We have more and more listings. We have more and more groups of stakeholders. We have to be selective in a way. We have to deal with values. We have to deal with changes in society. And conservation is not always happening as we like it to be. For us site managers also, we need to include a lot of new concepts like SDGs, like education for sustainable development, resilience, sustainability. So many things are pushed towards this heritage sector that sometimes it feels a little bit overwhelming. So how did the understanding of heritage develop over the last years? So when we look at the convention, and we heard this earlier, there was this idea of monuments, groups of buildings and sites, very much linked to physical objects. Then we had something like the Faro Convention, one of my favorite texts, that basically says heritage only has a meaning when it has a meaning for people. So we see this shift on the role of people and persons in the beginning in the 1970s with the Architectural Year of Cultural Heritage in Europe, then in the Faro Convention, and then UNESCO with the Historic Urban Landscape Convention for the first time also included different layers and functions. So it became, if we look at it from single objects, we had ensembles, then we have the historic urban landscape, so it's becoming more complex. And there's clearly a narrative that we go more towards a systemic understanding of cultural heritage. So this is my understanding of cultural heritage, is from my PhD. So I examined big projects by grounded theory and looked what are the things that came up in these big projects. So in my mind, this is cultural heritage. It's a system. And the system is made up of, on the highest level of abstraction, what I call domains. It's like classes of things. We have people, we have resources, we have concepts, we have processes, we have principles. We have, of course, context, really relevant. We have some things like tools. And if we somehow relate it to sustainable urban development, we, of course, need something like a development narrative. And when we look at that, I call them entity groups. It's like a more specific level, so it's not so much abstract, it's more specific, but still not very concrete. For example, when it comes to people, we have actors, like site managers, preservationists. We have decision makers, it's like where the power is. And we have a lot of affected people that very often we don't really understand in the last detail. Because we like to concentrate more on the conservationists. So a systemic view of heritage is of course based on a systemic view of the world. So instead of concentrating on singular entities, we look how things are connected. We look at changes, we look at processes, we look at, we embracing the complexity of things. And this is, I think, a much more realistic view of cultural heritage than limiting it only to physical objects or to natural things. So from this perspective, there are not only linear relations between different entities, so it's not only cause and effect, it's much more complex. And we don't really understand the full complexity of the system, because I would say this iconic work that still needs to be done is really to develop this idea of how this system of heritage, how these connections are working. But it is about complex relations and interactions, and in many heritage practices, especially in Europe, I have a lot of discussions with my colleagues in ICOMOS. Everything is related to material aspects. You know, we are the best preservationists, we examine the plaster, we do the 3D scan, we do everything for documentation, but we don't really want to talk about people. And my question usually for the ICOMOS people is, what is the ultimate objective of heritage preservation? What would you say? What is the ultimate objective of heritage preservation? What's your idea? Yeah, you go?
I guess citizen, I mean, an informed citizenry, yeah?
Informed citizenry, yeah. I think you're on the right track. In my mind, at the end of the day, everything is about people. Huh? So if we don't manage to bring benefit to people through cultural heritage, what is the sense, you know? But when I say this in front of a room full of ICOMOS members in Europe, they start throwing stones. They say, no, it's about the material, it's about the fabric, we need to be detailed, it doesn't matter. For me it matters, because people matter, and it's about people. So what are the current challenges for heritage? Of course, we have things like urbanization, we have gentrification, we have a lot of urban transformation processes related to climate change, we have armed conflicts. So, I mean, it's a multitude of challenges. And if we look at it from the systemic perspective of cultural heritage, these are not challenges for heritage. These are also challenges for the people that have a big part in the heritage system. So, given the current dynamic processes of change, I would say that the aim of urban heritage interpretation is to contribute to the preservation of buildings, but also at the same time enable that they can be used as a resource for things like climate adaptation, etc. I mean, this is something also when we talk about resilience, usually cultural heritage is reduced to these things that we need to preserve. I totally disagree. I think we can learn a lot from old buildings. Old buildings have a lot of inherent qualities that we can use for climate adaptation. Think of cooling techniques. In India, for example, you have so many traditional vernacular cooling techniques. They're not rediscovered yet. So I think we need to look at it from a wider perspective. So, second point, the change in communication. So the question is, to what extent has the theoretical understanding of what communication is, and of course communication practice, changed? Because as we've heard before, we can look at heritage interpretation as a practice of communication. Maybe this is not all aspects of it, but an important one. So communication patterns, means and formats have changed and are changing at a rapid pace. So some consequences of it is that we have a greater cultural diversity, we have accessibility that is ubiquitous almost, we have virtual mobility, we have, together with people that have a limited attention span, it's not like in the 1960s. We don't read in the journal the article that has 20 pages, we read the one that has like half a page. So the way we do communication has changed from different sides, not only by tools, but also by people. We can reach a very large audience by digital means. So if you put something on YouTube, like the streaming of this conference, in principle, everyone on Earth can see it. I mean, this is without limits. Communication is somehow without limits. So communication has become at least bidirectional, often instantaneous, and very often also difficult to control. And this is where I'm challenging this idea of defining a meaning and bringing it to a target group, because many of the use cases are uncontrollable. We don't have control, and I will show you later what that maybe means. So let's look at it from a perspective of models, communication models. So communication is a complex process, and we try for a long time to get what it is through having models of communication. So some of the models explain communication in detail, some are a little bit oversimplifying, and I think it's good to work with models here. So looking at the theoretical evolution of communication models, so we have the transmission model of communication that was very much based on, you know, when the telephone was invented and there was this signal going through a cable from one point to the other. I mean, that was how communication models started. And to be honest, even today, if you go to a communication seminar of your work and learn about communication, you will still find a lot of the communication models that are using this sender-receiver logic, which is basically the same as it was in the beginning of the 1920s. So how do they look like? They look like very simple, you know. You have a sender, you have a receiver, and you have a message. And in the context of this conference, where we have here message, maybe we can put meaning, okay? I'm challenging your comments and reactions now, because this is a lot how Freeman Tilden thought of heritage communication. Huh? It's about, I'm the sender, this is the receiver. Of course it is a process, but the principal idea is that I define the important message, I define the key message, and I bring it to the receiver, okay? And I challenge that this is probably not working today at all anymore, and it's probably also not a good idea to rely on those models. So later it became a little bit more complicated with the Shannon-Weaver model. So, I mean, they used this encoder, decoder. I mean, at least they embraced that a lot of things can go wrong when we do these things, you know, because different persons are sending and different persons are receiving. In Germany, we have a model that it depends very much with what kind of ears you listen, depending on your personal values. So a lot of things can go wrong, even at the simplest form of communication models. So it's basically like that. We have the sender, that is who is sending. We have the message, it's about the what. We have the channel, this is referring to the tools we use, or the way we do communication. We have the receiver, to whom. And then at the end, hopefully, maybe, maybe not, we have some sort of effect. So this is like source, message, channel, receiver types of model. You find them in like 50 different variations, but they all are derived from this 1920s model that was based when we invented the telephone. So today, I think what we need more, and we need a way that this complexity of modern communication that is happening parallelly, instantly. If you think of social media, I mean, people will react in the next second. They will comment. You will get a shitstorm, maybe. I mean, maybe you get a lot of likes, hopefully, but it's like, it's happening in an instant of a second, and we don't also have a lot of control. So I think this old model are really at the end of their lifetime, you know? So we have this like more modern model, which I'm still not happy with. So if any one of you knows a better communication model that reflects modern realities, I'm looking forward to getting that reference, because I'm searching for one. This is the best one that I found that's a little bit more complex, because it includes some feedback channels, and you can get the idea that a lot of things are happening on parallel, and it's not only linear in nature. But just the way that there's not this one good communication model for today that many of us know, shows there's obviously a big gap also in science that we don't really understand enough about how we communicate today. So we have the transaction model of communication that really describes more about co-creation of social realities, but from my perspective, we are not there with having a good scientific representation of what communication is. And that, I think, is also a problem for a concept of heritage interpretation, because if we don't understand how we communicate and what's happening and to what level we have control, or what we can control and what not, it's very difficult. And I think we cannot rely on these old models of communication. It's quite obvious. So this is like a transaction model that I was referring to earlier. I mean, it's like you have the communicator, and I mean, look, we have two communicators on both sides. So this is like maybe the first important thing for heritage interpretation. It's not only the interpreter from the days of Freeman-Tilden that is communicating, it's of course also the audience that is communicating, and maybe it's equally important. You see, it's on the same level. It's not like we talk to someone and the other one shall listen, you know? It's more about equality. And also this co-creation of meaning, here the word meaning. So what are the key takeaways from the second part? Most communication models are not complex enough. They're oversimplifying. We have this transmission model that is a little bit developed in this simply way of sender-receiver. We have the interaction model that is more working in a two-way process, with participants alternate positions as sender and receiver. And we have the transaction model that basically says that everyone is the communicator, and it's more level happening on an equal level. So I think this is a key takeaway for the future of heritage interpretation also. So scientific communication models, to put it in one sentence, have progressed from a linear view to a more complex systemic approach, while still not being sufficiently accurate from my point of view. But this is also in line with recent developments in the field of cultural heritage. So, third part, practice. Use cases. How has the way we interpret cultural heritage changed? The way of doing heritage interpretation. We heard really nicely from Nigel, like, it's about the process, it's about doing it. But what are the use cases? So, the environment in which we interpret cultural heritage has changed and has become more diverse. Think of the 12 Boy Scouts from Freeman-Tilden. They were probably of the same age, going to the same school, you know, and they are like a quite homogeneous group at that time. Today, the world has become so colorful. So the people come with a lot of different levels of knowledge, with preconceptions, with emotions, different languages, different age groups. So it has become much more diversified. So the users of cultural heritage have really changed significantly. And in some of these environments, we still have this role of the interpreter. Think of a guided tour. I mean, that's the classical. But in our interpretation center, a lot of things work through digital means, through media, and of course we have a Insta account, Facebook, we do videos, so very often the interpreter is not there at the moment of interpretation. It's more about creating something, like you build a ship and you let it sail, but you don't know where it ends up, or even some people may want to sink it. We just don't know. So, heritage interpretation basically includes many more formats and users, and it has become much more complex and diverse since the 1960s. So, how have changes in context, communication, and practice shaped the interpretation of cultural heritage in history and today? So, here I looked a little bit at the definitions, and I tried to identify, like, this is from one of your publications here, where I'm very grateful that you collected all the different definitions. I'm not sure if any one of you know this publication. It's really helpful to have this overview of all the different definitions of cultural heritage in one place. So I was very grateful that you did that work, and I didn't have to look at it by myself. So the early definitions, they shared a narrative of revealing a meaning. The ECOMOS definition from 2008 opens up to a variety of practices and tools and is a little bit more inclusive. Neil Silberman, he is focusing on interactive and bidirectional nature of communication, but at the same time uses a, for me, quite disturbing term with this persuasive communication. I mean, I'm thinking of my 20-year-old students, you know, coming from a totally different world, not interested in heritage at all, more into electronic music sort of things. And if I approach them with persuasive communication, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I get a lot of resonance from them, you know. So this is, I think, a very strong concept. Do we need to persuade people that heritage has a meaning? I'm not sure. So the definitions show that the persons, institutions have a varying degrees of control over the messages and processes, and I tried to make this table. There are still some question marks because I'm not really made up my mind about here, but I tried to identify the central objectives, and we have a lot of different ones actually in the different definitions. So we have concepts like meaning, meanings and relationship, involvement, understanding, appreciation, mediation is even used, discussion, discourse, persuasive communication, education, but also non-formal learning, communication processes, mission-based communication process, maybe that is close to persuasive communication, communication of ideas, help develop personal relationship. So here you can see the different core ideas of the different definitions, and I think they differ greatly. And I wanted to show that at the core of these definitions is not just different words, but it's different contexts. So I also tried to relate it to the communication models, and I think you can see that at the early ones it's mainly linear, some are more relational, some are like bidirectional, some are open, some are more in the spirit of discovering or sharing stories, and some are like seem to be on the transition between linear to bidirectional, but it's like different concepts of what communication is. And what I found mostly interesting is the different levels of control that has been used, because some of the concepts, they think that we need a strong level of control, like a strong, I mean really strong, like everything strong. We need to control everything that will actually ends up with the receiver of the message. Some of the interpretations have like a medium level of control, some has low levels of control, so that differs. And also the concept of cultural heritage is different in most of the different definitions. So some are referring to cultural and natural heritage, using this like two-dimensional, I think, artificial division of cultural heritage. Some refer just to cultural heritage without going into detail. Some are concentrated on museums. So one is using the weight of heritage, whatever that is, natural and cultural. Some refer to places, to sites, to collections, to events, to resources, locations, natural and historic places, and also natural and cultural landscape. So you see a really, really great variety in the central objectives, in the way communication is understood, in the level of control, and also in the concept of cultural heritage. And I just wanted to show and understand better how these different definitions are contributing to our debate. So when we take up all this and take things a little bit further, I think when we take these determining factors and their change into account, we can further develop the concept by, first of all, internalizing a systemic understanding of the world and cultural heritage. First point. I think we cannot go back to the times like in Europe where we put only the castle and the cathedral in the heritage list, and we don't look at the context, we don't look at the buildings next to it, we don't look at the uses, we don't look at the functions. This time is over. So we need to start with a systemic understanding of cultural heritage, and for me, cultural heritage is a system and process. It has two dimensions. So the systemic part is complexity, and the process is referring to a lot of what we are doing with this cultural heritage. We have to consider the changed and changing communication patterns and embrace that it's not linear anymore at all. And also we have to include the different circumstances that we have in heritage interpretation practices. Doing heritage interpretation is so much different. So this is work in progress. I tried just to write up what came to my mind after all of this and maybe contribute a little bit. So I will read that one to you, okay? It's still far too long, but it's a try, okay? So this is my idea. Heritage interpretation encompasses all intentional and non-intentional, digital or analog activities aimed at directly or indirectly engaging with, interpreting, explaining, documenting, and contributing to the understanding and appreciation of cultural heritage, taking into account every part of the heritage system. Why do I emphasize so much the heritage system? Because I think, you know, the entry point to get in contact with people, with the persons we want to reach out. I mean, usually it's the building, and we say it was the most famous architect, and this is the tallest building, and look at this detail. I think we need to start with the values and with the world of the users. And this systemic understanding of cultural heritage is very much adaptable to different users, because if you understand cultural heritage in this systemic way, you can start with any part of the system, you know? You have a lot more opportunities to start heritage interpretation. You don't need to always start with the object or with the natural park. You can start with what's going on in your audience, you know? What are your thoughts today? What have you seen on television yesterday? And link it to cultural heritage, you know? It opens so much more entry points for communication. So second part, this is often an open process that cannot be unilaterally directed or controlled in all aspects. The role of responsible institutions, NGOs or individuals is mainly to support this process of co-creation, providing data and content, moderating and giving feedback, beyond defining what is important and developing messages based on this importance for specific target groups. The goal is to stimulate resonance and relationship and thereby create meaning. So I think I really love this idea of resonance, because resonance is a very open concept, you know? Even if we get like a negative reaction, and I'm thinking here of like younger people that maybe are not so interested in cultural heritage, even if you get a negative resonance, it is better than no resonance. And in social media, this is a reality, a lot of negative resonance, and we cannot control. So I think maybe we should open up the concept of interpretation to this idea of resonance, and then our role is fundamentally different, you know? So the role of people who are practicing heritage interpretation, of course, is changing a lot. I mean, we need to be the Wizard of Oz. Huh? We need to know analog, digital, different target groups, different languages all around the world. We have to be good storytellers. We have to know the universals. We have to be good with pictures. I mean, it's a lot of things. But I think the basic stress comes when we think we have to make the meaning. And I think more often today, the role of heritage interpreters is to facilitate something, is to create a platform, is like to enable people to meet with the heritage, but not necessarily to define the meaning, you know. I know it's hard for us experts because we have learned in a different way, But I think the reality of communication makes it just a necessity that we also adapt in the way we work in heritage interpretation. So what I like about Freeman Tilden, and I'm not like opposing him, or I don't want to say his work is bad, he has a lot of good ideas that we can use today. So two I really like and that are still relevant today is of course the idea to develop stories based on what he calls phenomena. I mean, this still works good, even in digital means, to have good stories. It's so important. And what I love about his work is also this idea with the universals. So these universal big life topics, death, birth, getting rich, getting poor, losing everything. I mean, these are the stories that we find in almost every heritage place. And if we tell the heritage based on these stories, it's much more digestible for really large, different types of audience groups. So this is what I like about Freeman Tilden, but it needs to be translated into modern means of communication and tools. So it's more that content needs to be developed even from messages to stories that work in different formats and across media. And this is really hard. Actually, we are having a hard time to finding people who can do that, you know. I mean, I always find 20 people who write like an art historian text on a building, you know, but very few people can understand it. But the people who can write a good story, really hard to find. So I think this is something where we also need to talk with universities and also enable more students to learn these skills of like storytelling, creative writing, because we need that. The people involved in heritage interpretation move a little bit from being the storyteller to a more active role that is, of course, also listening and understanding better the audience, you know. It's not only making the message, we are not curators. We must understand the audience and we must somehow intermediate the process. And this is very often ongoing processes and not a one-off activity. So doing heritage interpretation is increasingly being replaced by media-based activities where we don't have this direct contact between the interpreter and the audience. So we need an evolved concept and understanding of heritage interpretation that is more realistic in taking into account modern communication realities. That's it from my side. Thank you so much and looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you very much. So to look into the heritage interpretation deeply, he has covered the issues of changing society, the complexity of society, and the new communication ways and models, and also the heritage system, including the new formats and users. So now we would like to hear your thoughts and comments or questions. I see Sang-hyun raised his hand.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Before we getting into more detailed discussions about what you've just said, I'm quite curious what sort of assumptions about humans, society, and culture you use for your model of communication and interpretation. Because I'm sure you will agree that meaning is not a product of cognitive processes of individual human agent, right? It is socially and culturally constructed through complex communicative interactions you mentioned, and shared by the members of certain communities, right? And it is shaped by existing power relations, social cultural relations. It can be influenced by ideologies and so forth. And each human agent, of course, has a capacity and a certain degree of autonomy and can come up with different understandings of a given object or phenomena, but they do so using shared languages, assumptions, prior theories, and so forth, right? So, also, individual human agents are not on equal footing, right? So different interpretations, therefore, typically mean different collective interpretations, not different individual interpretations. So I'm just wondering how you incorporate these realities into your model, and so what sort of assumptions about human society and culture you're using.
Okay, very good point. I mean, the model I used to understand the system of heritage, that was actually a meta model, and it's complicated to explain what a meta model is, but because of that reason that every model is rooted so much in context, and it's not transferable, even if many people don't understand this, I jumped to the level of meta modeling, which was extremely complicated, but it's a very abstract assumption, you know. To explain it, I often use the analogy, you know, like if you think of bread, you know, and if you think of different types of bread on different continents, you know, if you would make a meta model for bread, it would say, okay, you need ingredients, maybe heat, maybe a person to make it, to eat it, to destroy it, whatever, you know. This is the level I've been on with this meta model. So I don't go to a specific context. And it was based on 3 European projects where heritage has been used for urban development in Eastern Germany, in Northern Germany, in Eastern Europe, in Northern Europe, and in Central Europe. So, of course, if you use different examples from different parts of the world, the meta model would look slightly different, but probably not much, because this idea of universality of meta model is also not a black and white thing, you know. There's not thing as universal or not. There's a thing as more universal or less universal. So I would say this meta model is pretty much universal, but it's not an in and out thing, you know. If you want to know more about it, you must read my PhD. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, I saw Victoria and then Liz.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the presentation. So I wanted to go back to Rohan's comment earlier today about the aura, more specifically as theorized by Walter Benjamin, as, you know, this kind of singularity of the work that resists any form of reproducibility by technical means, right? Because when you think about like the virtual realities that we have today, the virtual world, and more specifically, virtual reality itself, they are all predicated on the assumption that you can replace somehow the material reality by a virtual one, right? You can replace the modes in which you interact with your friends, with your family, go to places, communication, right? So it seems to me that the modes of communication you were talking about, social media and all that, they also have this implicit assumption of kind of a certain irrelevancy of the aura, of the material object, but not necessarily the material. You can think about cultural practices, for example, that would be practiced only by a certain group of people in a certain place in a certain way, right? So this idea of a singularity that cannot be reduced to the modes of communication that we have today. So what do we do with the aura if we think about what the new modes of communication can bring to heritage interpretation?
Yeah, very good point. And let me answer it like that, you know. Have you seen the movie Perfect Days by Wim Wenders? Anyone saw it? It's a must-see, because it's touching exactly on that point, you know. I mean, what I see, and even for me personally, you know, I love photography, and for the last 14, 15 years, I've been using digital camera. And since 4 weeks now, I use again film. And that's changing so much. It's so much because it's this aura, it's this point of surprise. It's also the level of what we cannot control that is present in these analog things. And in this movie by Wim Wenders, I mean, it's very much about Japanese people embracing these analog things again. And that's what we see with the 20 years old. I mean, they all have the point and shoot camera with film. Why? It's for that point. You know, they are tired of this replicality, or everything is like, we can copy everything digital, we can have perfect images made by AI. I have the feeling that people are tired of this, you know, because they sense that in terms of resonance, everything analog gives you so much more resonance, and you have so much more emotions when you have this real thing and it's not only data bytes. And I see a trend in younger people to embrace that all around the world, you know. So I think we're on a good track, and this is something I think we can move for heritage interpretation because we have the real thing, you know. Of course, we need to work with digital means, but at the end of the day, we have the real thing. And I think this is something we can use, especially reaching out to younger people between 15 and 30, which are extremely difficult to reach in heritage interpretation, you know. You reach out to the school kids, you reach out to the families, you reach out to the elder people that still go and visit the cathedral. But the 15 to 30 years old, they are the hardest group to reach, and we have to think a lot about them.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to start with a comment, but it leads to a question that hopefully is productive. So as you were speaking, I realized, you know, as we all do, I have a distinct intellectual genealogy for these questions. And I realized how very different as a US-based, more museum-focused person, you know, certainly I could start with Tilden, but, you know, he's 1957, he dies in 1980. And so for me, there's a whole multi-generation of people who have brought us to this moment. I'm thinking of Falk and Dierking and contextual learning, and Lois Silverman with the co-creation of meaning making, which I assume is sort of part of the referent when we talk about that. I mean, that's 1995. We've got, you know, Csikszentmihalyi and flow, and then we've got the democratizing knowledge and Nina Simon and participatory museums and inclusive museums, and her organization of By For All, totally, you know, about how do you operationalize this idea of shared authority. And what I realized is all of that is centered around learning theory. So now I'm getting to my question. Because to me, that meets, you know, you brought us to this place where you said it's all about the values and worlds of the users. And to me, this genealogy of learning theory, which has been so rich and expansive and transformative about museum practices, kind of gets you to where you are in your end. So why, this is the question part, why did you pick kind of communication theory as opposed to learning theory?
Well, it's just because I have limited time. I could have picked learning theory. But I think if you look at the development, what's happening in schools and how learning has changed. I mean, my first training was a teacher, okay? So, long time ago, primary school teacher. So, I think if we look at what is now common sense in learning in school, and in Europe it's reflected in most countries in the curricula, is we have ideas like Maria Montessori, and it's basically about creating spaces to let children have experiences. And it's exactly not about making fixed messages and let the children swallow them, you know. I think that's pretty much in relation, and I think there's hopefully a strong connection between the development of learning theories and communication theory. It should be, because learning is happening in a lot of communication settings, but I have not explored that in detail. But for me, it is like that, you know, when I teach at universities, you know, with students, I mean, I try to do a lot of open methodologies, because I strongly believe that if you think of yourself, if I ask you, what did you learn, maybe, I don't know, yesterday or the day before, and you would describe a situation, very often it's these things that happen accidentally, you know? So my theory is that we learn at the fringes, you know? We learn where we have conflicts. We learn when we have a heated debate, you know? We learn when we suddenly discover in a bookshop a new topic. But when we enter that bookshop, we didn't even know that there's this section existing, you know? So it's about surprise. And this is very much in the spirit with Freeman Tilden, because he said, someone had it on the slide, that interpretation is about provoking. And this element of provocation is also something that I use a lot in visitor centers that we do, you know? I don't want in a visitor center only to tell the full story. No, it's about selecting the strange things, you know? When I do exhibitions with my students, the first lesson is look for the strange things that are really awkward. They are good content. It's not the standard picture of the house. Don't really need that when you stand in front of it. So I think we need to embrace these things that are happening at the fringes. And that is, I think, a different mindset. And very often, even in school and university settings, I don't know about the US, but a lot of teaching stuff has still not embraced so much these modern learning theories, and that it's more about this creating the context. It's still a lot is message based, you know, and wanting to control things. In Europe, it's still like that, at least in the faculties where I teach, I can tell you. And the students embrace that so much when you open up and give them opportunities and don't shy away for like critical reflections and conflicts. Different learning situations. But what does it mean for me as a person, you know? If I'm a person that is like inside a little bit insecure and wants to have control of everything, then of course I will choose I have a clear message, I have a thing to follow, you know, I have everything under control. If I want to create these learning situations, I need to be very self-secure, I need to have a lot of facilitation skills, so we need fundamentally different people in creating these situations. And I think this is overlooked very much because in terms of capacity building that was mentioned earlier, I think we also need to enter this level of going more into the direction of personal development, you know, because it's a different mindset that we need. It's not different tools that we need, it's also a different mindset. And this is not so easy to change, you know.
Okay, yes, Rohan. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Matthias. Very provocating presentation and helps us think a lot. But just, you know, I'm not familiar with communication theory or learning theory, which is where you're probably coming from. But just two things that I could possibly add. One is, you know, and this is where I thought Victoria would probably chime in, like Umberto Eco on literary theory, basically saying that the reader, the text, and the author, there's a multi-dimensional interaction, yeah? And nonetheless, he kind of, I think in one of his writings suggests that there is something called an authorial intent as well, nonetheless, yeah? So even though we scramble around with different meanings, we can basically say, you know, there is an intention here that is being discussed and debated, yeah? So the heritage effort, or the, you know, what it wants to communicate, it need not be so open-ended to basically any kind of interpretation or appropriation, right? So I'm not going to say the Taj Mahal is basically a pub that should be serving, yeah, right? That's one. So I think there's an intent that a heritage site can nonetheless be keen to communicate and convey, despite all its possibilities of being interpreted differently. The second thing, and I think this is a rather serious issue that you've raised, that is this tension between digital and analog, yeah? And we all thought the digital was all going to wipe out the analog. That hasn't happened. There are going to be many analog moments and places, right? And like Michael Kahneman's book, Slow and Fast Thinking, yeah? So this is a slow thinking moment, not necessarily a fast thinking moment. You're not going to reach out for the like button, yeah? So if heritage sites do consider themselves analog, interested in defending the aura, keen to defend the authorial intent, and say that as our societies evolve, because I still think that social media is an evolving beast. It's not something that is fixed, yeah? I mean, people are working for different ways to, you know, remove some of its poison and add some of its benefits, yeah? So in your presentation, I think you are suggesting that if the analog is to remain relevant, to remain, have a strong resonance, and be able to hold its ground, then it must deal with the digital. But perhaps not in the terms of the digital, right? I think we should encourage slow thinking. Yeah. And I think the heritage site can commit itself to very defined narratives. Yeah. Anyway, this is my opinion.
No, I think you're right. I mean, of course, it's this magic of the analog that we can embrace, but also I don't like this division between analog and digital. I'll tell you why. Because what is our reality? Where do you all guys have your mobile phone? In your hands? You know? I mean, it's the analog digital reality that we live in. So we are constantly switching. And even the youngsters doing the shots with the point-and-shoot camera, I mean, they will scan it or take a photo and post it on social media, you know? So it's not one or the other. We live in the analog digital reality, and we have to embrace that. And it's a little bit like this artificial division between cultural and natural heritage, you know? If you look at landscapes, I mean, it's very clear that it's always both sides of it. And your first question about this, of course, I didn't mean to say that we don't need to give any direction or purpose. That I didn't want to say. But what I tried to raise earlier, I think it would be really interesting to look at epistemology. I mean, what is the question? What is the worldview that we take as a given before we start developing new concepts of heritage interpretation? Because that is touching the point that you have raised. I mean, do we use an interpretive worldview? Is it pragmatic? Is it post-positivistic, you know? I mean, this is essential, because otherwise we will get lost. We will just do something, but it is not really with scientific rigor.
Great. If there are any other comments or questions, we would like to probably conclude the morning session. Thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you. So now we have reached our lunch break. The lunch boxes are available outside. You're welcome to have it in the lobby area or outside like yesterday. So please bring your lunch boxes to the lobby after you have it outside. So we will resume our session at 2 p.m. So enjoy your lunch. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and had some coffee to stay you awake. Yeah, great. We'll now begin our afternoon session. Please take your seats. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Francesca Giliberto, a researcher fellow in management at the University of Leeds, UK. She'll be speaking about the interpretive dimension of sustainable heritage management, insights from the World Heritage Cities of Florence and Edinburgh. The floor is yours, Francesca. Please give a warm welcome to her.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's a profound honor for me to be here at the Seoul Museum of Art for this very interesting conference. I feel particularly privileged to be here again in Seoul for the second time in 2 years, engaging once again with the pressing issues surrounding sustainable heritage management within urban context. So before starting, first and foremost, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to Sujeong Lee and Nam Won Kim for their invitation, as well as to all the organizer working at the Critical Global Studies Institute at the Seoul University and at the UNESCO's International Center for the Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Sites, whose efforts have made this conference possible. And also, huge thanks to the interpreters who have been restlessly translating since yesterday morning. And I thank you in advance for translating my speech today. I hope I won't speak too fast. Okay, so as mentioned, my name is Francesca Giliberto. I'm currently a research fellow at the Leeds University Business School, where my research focus lies in cultural heritage governance, urban heritage management, and sustainable development. Today, I will explore the interpretive dimension of sustainable heritage management, mainly drawing on some findings from my doctoral research that I conducted at Polytechnic University in Turin and the University of Kent between 2014 and 2018. So while I carried out this research some time ago, I still think the research findings are still relevant for the conference today, and I think they will provide interesting food for thought. And I see that in the presentation this morning, some of the topics that I will be talking about today have already been mentioned, so I think it will really stimulate an interesting discussion later. In addition, I will also enrich my discussion with insights and recommendations from my postdoctoral research, from several postdoctoral research initiatives that I've been working on at the University of Leeds, and in particular from the project Praxis, Arts and Humanities for Global Development, where I led its heritage strands from 2020 to 2023. To conclude, I will identify and propose key areas for future research to bridge the gap between sustainable heritage management and broader societal development goals. So, talking about cities today, so what are contemporary challenges for cities? The 21st century marks an unprecedented chapter in human history, characterized by a significant shift towards urban living, with the majority of the global population now residing in cities. This trend is expected to nearly double by 2050 and highlights the pivotal role that cities play or can play in contemporary life. In this context, urban heritage not only enhances the appeal of historic environments, but also triggers conflict over land use and interest among various city stakeholders. As a result, the interaction between heritage conservation and urban development has emerged as a primary concern among practitioners and researchers in both the fields of heritage conservation and urban planning. Although urban transformation vary worldwide, cities have become central to global discussions around sustainable development, which has been mainly led by UN agencies. And in this framework, intergovernmental organizations, national and local governments, policymakers, NGOs, academics and professionals, the private sector, and representatives of indigenous and local communities alike have contributed to discussions tackling a wide range of global urban challenges. Rapid urbanization, the impacts of climate change, mass tourism, conflict, migration, and increasing inequalities, just to mention a few of them, exacerbate these challenges, often surpassing the capacities of existing heritage conservation policies and regulatory frameworks to deal with contemporary pressures. They have also contributed to increasing multiple forms of poverty and inequalities, social exclusions, urban fragmentation, and spatial segregation. In this context, the most vulnerable communities and individuals have often been the most negatively affected. So in response to these challenges, a global paradigm shift has redefined the relationship between heritage conservation and urban development in the last 2 decades. And you can see here in these slides how the international approach to urban heritage conservation and management has evolved from the 90s to nowadays. The heritage versus development dilemma has been central to the international debate on urban heritage conservation, management, and development in the 21st century. Over the past 3 decades, international heritage organizations have taken the lead to overcome this persisting dichotomy by publishing a series of international policy documents, recommendations, and guidelines. And I'm glad Matthias has mentioned some of them before. More recently, following the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development by the United Nations in 2015, UNESCO and the International Council of Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, among other international organizations, including the British Council, have issued a series of groundbreaking documents to advocate for the importance of heritage for sustainable development. They have also provided guidance on how to take concrete measures at the local level, supporting the implementation of a holistic, integrated, flexible, and participatory approach to heritage conservation in strategies for sustainable urban management. And in my next slides, I will briefly outline the main innovations highlighted in some of key documents in the field without claiming to cover all aspects comprehensively. So the first document I would like to mention is the UNESCO recommendation on historic urban landscape. This recommendation, adopted in 2011, advocates for the use of urban heritage as a catalyst for your sustainable development. It promotes an integrated urban management strategy that harmonizes environmental, economic, and social sustainability. The so-called HAL approach seeks to better integrate urban heritage conservation strategies within the broader goals of sustainable development. And in doing so, it adopts a landscape approach for identifying, conserving, and managing historic areas within their broader urban context, considering the interrelationships of their physical forms, spatial organizations, natural features, and settings, alongside their social, cultural, and economic values. This approach offers new perspectives for an holistic understanding and safeguarding of the historic urban landscape over time, enhancing the relevance of urban heritage tangible and intangible dimensions and values, as well as the dynamic features of historic urban environments. This approach lays the groundwork for an integrated method for the conservation and management of historic urban landscapes, fostering a flexible, people-driven, and bottom-up approach to conservation. However, the whole approach is not intended to replace existing doctrines or conservation strategies, which are still recognized as valid and an essential contribution to current urban conservation practice. However, wherever possible, it is designed to support the integration of existing tools or the development of innovative tools if needed. The whole approach serves as an overarching framework to guide urban management through the integration of different policies and practices, disciplines, urban sectors, and actors involved in managing historic urban environments, covering various scales: local, national, regional, and international, and typologies, public and private, or mixed. So 4 years later, as mentioned before, the United Nations adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, establishing 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the SDGs, and 169 targets across 5 key areas, including people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So the main goal across these 5 areas is to end poverty and hunger in all forms, ensuring dignity, equality, and a healthy environment for all, to guarantee that all people enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives within economic, social, and technological progress in harmony with nature, to protect the planet from degradation through sustainable consumption and production, and effective management of its natural resources, addressing the urgent climate change needs for present and future generations. To foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies free from fear and violence, emphasizing that there can be no sustainable development without peace. To mobilize global efforts for sustainable development through a revitalized partnership based on global solidarity, focusing on the needs of the poorest and the most vulnerable. In this framework, and here you can see the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that you have certainly already came across with. The 2030 Agenda also highlights the critical role of heritage in this context for the first time in a global development agenda. One particular target, Target 11.4 within SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, specifically mentions the relevance of heritage for development, or in the context of development, stating how efforts are required to strengthen the protection and safeguarding of the world's cultural and natural heritage. However, as we can see here in this definition, the focus of heritage within the context of sustainable development is still focused on its protection and safeguarding, rather on the broader mobilization of heritage for sustainable development. The 2030 Agenda also identifies other aspects that are relevant for sustainable urban management, such as the need of participatory and integrated approaches to the planning and management of cities by enhancing capacity for participatory, integrated, and sustainable human settlements planning and management, Target 11.3, and to support economic, social, and environmental links between urban, peri-urban, and rural areas by strengthening national and regional development planning, Target 11.8. 1 year later, so following the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, in Quito, UN Habitat adopted the new urban agenda in 2016. Grounded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, this conference, held in Quito, saw the participation from diverse stakeholders, including subnational and local governments, parliamentarians, civil society, indigenous communities, the private sector, and the academic community. This agenda, the new urban agenda, reinforces a global commitment to sustainable urban development as a key aspect of the 2030 Agenda, and specifically SDG 11, promoting inclusive, integrated, and coordinated urban development, aimed at ensuring equal rights, opportunities, and fundamental freedom for all without discrimination. So it reinforces the human rights approach at the basis of this agenda. Moreover, it advocates for viewing urban heritage through the lens of sustainable urban development rather than conservation. It commits to integrating natural and cultural heritage into urban and territorial policies, ensuring that culture is a priority in urban planning. And this includes the incorporation of heritage considerations into master zones, zoning guidelines, building codes, and strategic development policies that protect diverse cultural landscapes from adverse urban impacts. It also highlights the critical role of national, subnational, and local governments, along with civil society and other stakeholders, in designing and implementing inclusive, effective urban policies and legislations. So, as I mentioned before, this agenda adopted a human rights-based approach, calling for sustainable, people-centered, age and gender-responsive strategies for urban and territorial planning at all levels, based on fundamental drivers of change. So, just after a few months from the adoption of the UN 2030 Agenda, UNESCO adopted a new policy. The policy, as mentioned by Sujeong this morning, the policy document for integrating a sustainable development perspective into the World Heritage Convention, into the World Heritage Convention processes in 2015. So the main goal was really to incorporate the principle of the 2030 Agenda into World Heritage policies and practices, and enhancing the focus of the World Heritage Convention on 4 key aspects: environmental sustainability, inclusive social development, inclusive economic development, and fostering peace and security. So this policy represents a significant evolution in urban heritage conservation and management, not only urban, but in heritage conservation and management, incorporating this sustainable perspective that affects both world heritage properties and broader culture of natural heritage. So one of the key aspects is that this policy not only focuses on world heritage sites or properties, but on heritage in the broadest sense. It emphasized the importance of aligning conservation and management strategies to protect the outstanding universal value, OUV, of world heritage properties within broader development goals to benefit current and future generations. So now, state parties are therefore urged to review and strengthen governance framework within world heritage property management systems, incorporating the sustainable development principles. This includes integrating conservation and management practices within larger regional planning and development frameworks and using buffer zones or similar tools as proactive planning mechanisms to benefit communities and heritage sites. This policy also underscores a commitment to a human rights-based approach, as articulated in the UNESCO Constitution and Strategy on Human Rights and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Okay. And finally, and I promise this is the last policy documents that I will, at the international level, that I will mention, and I hope you haven't eaten too much for lunch and you can still follow my presentation today, is the ICOMOS policy guidance on heritage and the SDGs that was adopted in 2021. As mentioned before, heritage only is only located in the 2030 agenda with just one target out of 169, and this was recognized as a missing opportunity for heritage in the context of the 2030 agenda, and this is why the ICOMOS SDGs working group started a reflection around the role that heritage, considered in both its cultural and natural component, as well as tangible and intangible, can play in the context of sustainable development. And this is why the concept behind the policy guidance document on heritage and SDGs started. So I'm proud to be one of the 5 lead authors of these documents, together with Professor Sofia Labadi, Dr. Shetabi, Dr. Rossetti, and Dr. Hildirim, that you can see in the picture here. And that this policy guidance has now been translated in multiple languages and is widely used across the world for both policy development and practical implementation. So although ICOMOS had already various documents addressing heritage in relation to the SDGs before the adoption of this policy, there was a need for a more comprehensive text to explain how heritage contributes to all the SDGs, all 17. This policy guidance document marks a significant step towards providing such a comprehensive overview. It identifies where heritage can positively impact and be utilized by all stakeholders in both heritage and development sectors to enhance policy and practice. But it also highlights the challenges where heritage practices may conflict with sustainable development objectives, acknowledging that further in-depth studies and debates are needed as future outputs from the SDGs working group, and not only, I think this applies to the entire heritage sector, to understand how also heritage can be harmful in order to achieve sustainable development goals. So the primary goal of this policy guidance was to inform heritage and development actors about the significant contribution of heritage to sustainable development processes, and to offer guidance to ICOMOS members and other professionals on integrating a sustainable development perspective into heritage practices and aligning these to the SDGs. It is designed to facilitate both high-level policy engagement and grassroots implementations. It also aspires to help build synergies and strengthen advocacy, as much as of the current focus in heritage professions still remains narrowly focused on preservation and conservation. And this policy really aimed to broaden this perspective, underscoring that heritage roles in sustainable development can be much broader than that. So, based on an analysis of the adoption of all these several and even more standard-setting documents at the international levels that occurred across time. So from my PhD research, I realized that there was really a paradigm shift that happens across for urban heritage conservation and management, which has gradually taken shape over time, and that was particularly evident, especially in the last 2 decades. And this suggesting a major shift from a traditional and monodisciplinary
vision of conservation to an integrated and participatory management of change. This new paradigm involves a revision of traditional conservation and management tools and practices that prove to be inadequate to deal with change in historic urban environments. This paradigm intends to move beyond existing regulatory and management frameworks and recommend a revision of local policies facilitated by national measures, integrating existing policies, sectors, and disciplines, or creating new tools. So I would like to underline some of the key principles of this paradigm. And some of them have already been mentioned between yesterday and today's conversation. So the first one is the extension of the concept of urban heritage conservation from single monuments or urban areas to entire historic urban landscapes, so from isolated to holistic. The second, a greater importance given to the layering and interconnection of urban heritage in tangible and tangible attributes and values, so from material-based to value-based, as well as the recognitions of change and evolution as an integral part of urban conservation policies, so from intolerance to change to management of change. Third, the integration of urban heritage conservation within the larger goal of sustainable development, and its incorporation into urban management, planning and development instruments and policies. So from separation, silos, to integration. Fourth, the encouragement of stakeholders' dialogue and collaboration, as well as the involvement of local communities in heritage conservation and management. So from exclusive, top-down, and expert-driven to inclusive, bottom-up, and human rights-based approaches. However, despite this international advancement, significant challenges still remain in practice, particularly within existing urban management frameworks on the ground. So let's now dive into my case studies, which are Florence and in Italy and the UK. So after having understood how this international approach has evolved through global international conventions, policy documents, and recommendations, I wanted to understand how these international documents and this new paradigm for urban conservation and management was actually implemented on the ground by looking at existing urban management frameworks and regulations. So with my research and with my contribution today, I was particularly interested in addressing this key question. So how has a 21st century international approach to urban heritage conservation been integrated into existing urban management policies in World Heritage cities such as Florence and Edinburgh? How do local practices align with or deviate from this international approach? And what role does heritage interpretation play within sustainable heritage management? So as I mentioned, my study focused primarily on the two case studies of Florence and Edinburgh and on two particular national contexts. Employing a comparative approach, this presentation examined this alignment of existing urban management policies within the principle of the new paradigm, of this new so-called paradigm of urban heritage conservation. It also explored the role of heritage interpretation in these cities. And I think in this context, Florence and Edinburgh provide an exemplary, an interesting example of historic urban environments because they possess a large area of the city center, included in the World Heritage List, according to their outstanding universal value, but also in these two cities, there was a revision of a revised statement of this outstanding universal value over time that allowed me to reflect on how the heritage interpretation related to these two cities has actually evolved over time, somehow in accordance to the shift in international heritage discourses. So looking at heritage interpretation in these two cities, as you can imagine, Florence has evolved significantly over centuries, emerging as a city with profound historical layers, especially concentrated with this historic center. This is why in the early 1980s, recognizing this historical stratification of heritage, the Italian government nominated the historic center of Florence that you can see here highlighted in the map on the left, decided to inscribe it in the World Heritage List as a group of buildings. And I'm glad that Sujeong this morning gave the definition of the different kind of categories that are allowed for inscription in the World Heritage List. So the justification for inscription was that the city of Florence, with its complex urban fabric and stratified partners of archaeological remains that are manifest today, today means in the 80s, provides a unique example of human activity. Moreover, its exceptionally rich heritage, which bears witness to immense artistic activity, stands for a unique model, both from the historical and aesthetic point of view. So there was really a great emphasis on the historical and aesthetic values associated with this property at the time. So this initial, quite broad justification provided by the Italian government was further refined by ICOMOS through its evaluation, which translated this very broad definition into specific criteria for World Heritage description. And these criteria included criterion 1, continuous artistic creation over time, over more than 6 centuries. 2, significant influence of European artistic principles since the early 15th century. 3, reflection of Florence's economic and political power during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. 4, architectural representation of the munificence of bankers and princes. And 6, birthplace of Neoplatonic academia and modern humanism. So again, this definition was defined by the state and a particular group of experts in the case of ICOMOS, and really tried to tick the box of how to describe a site in the World Heritage List. So in 2012, around 30 years later for these first 2 definitions, the Florence City Council updated this justification in a retrospective statement of OUV, which was a new UNESCO requirement since 2005. So this statement not only clarified the contribution of various urban elements, such as 14th century walls, gates, towers, and Medici strongholds, but also highlighted the ecological significance of natural elements, such as the Arno River and the surrounding hills. Moreover, 1 year later, in 2013, another World Heritage site was described into the World Heritage List, which is the Medici's Villas and Gardens in Tuscany, which is very close to the first heritage sites, and you can see the borders of the second inscription in the map on the right. And you can see in red the core zone of the new inscribed south, and in blue the buffer zone. And this new addition included 12 villas and 2 additional gardens, exemplifying the rural aristocratic villas dedicated to leisure, the arts, and knowledge from the end of the Middle Ages. And this site serves as a testament to the technical and aesthetic organization of the garden, aligning with the landscape aesthetic of humanism and the Renaissance. So this new inclusion enriches the OUV of the Florence urban heritage, but also underscores the interconnected nature of the Tuscan landscape with the urban fabric. Once again, in 2021, the local councils decided to expand the core property of the first inscribed site, the historic city of center, or the historic center of Florence, to include the Basilica of San Miniato al Monte and other significant landscape elements like Piazzale Michelangelo and Parco della Rimembranza. And this expansion emphasizes the integral relationship between urban and natural attributes within Florence's historic urban landscape, reinforcing the city's comprehensive heritage narrative. Throughout these developments in heritage interpretation, the notion of urban heritage in Florence has expanded in the World Heritage discourse, highlighting the city's extensive interconnected landscape and the intricate relationship between its various urban and natural attributes. And here on the right, you can see a diagram that I prepared as part of my research, where I really look at the documents related to the World Heritage inscriptions, identifying all the attributes and values associated with it and how they were treated differently over time. And demonstrating the evolution and the different, how this concept really evolves and changes over time according to the cultural and contextual situations of this of sites and how the associated stakeholders perceive it, or some stakeholders perceive them. And here in the map on the left, you can see the boundary of a buffer zone that was added in 2015 following the adoption of the UNESCO recommendation on historic urban landscape in 2011 to try to protect or to provide an additional layer of protection of the entire historic urban landscape for the city of Florence. But I will talk about this later, and especially about the challenges in using a buffer zone like this in a case like Florence. So very similarly, in the case of Edinburgh, Again, the State Party nominated this World Heritage description of its historic center in 1994, starting from the recognition of the architectural and historical significance of Edinburgh and the historic center of Edinburgh as a unique European capital of the Renaissance, which was the main justification of its inclusion. The city exemplifies the growth of Scottish civilizations through its church, law, and legal system, reflecting both social and political values. Edinburgh's distinctive architecture, indicative of national character, emerged from a spectacular program of civic expansion aimed at boosting national prestige while retaining an international character. So the main justification for the OUV of the property was its duality between the medieval old town within its two planned 12th century burghs and the 18th century town, new town. This juxtaposition, you can see here, the old town here and the new town here, and how the two are connected to each other somehow, at least on the map. This juxtaposition between the old and the new town, along with the integration into the natural and the urban landscape, underscores Edinburgh's ecological value. And the inscription included both historical, tangible elements, such as the palaces, churches, and the iconic Royal Mile, but also how these elements are related to the entire urban skyline of the city and its natural setting. Again, in 1995, ICOMOS adopted to provide is an advisory body evaluation for the inscription of Edinburgh in the World Heritage List, and set some criteria for the inscription of the property into the World Heritage List, in particular around criterion 2 and criterion 4, celebrating Edinburgh's influential role in European architecture and urban planning, particularly during the 18th and 19th centuries. And again, in 2013, the local council had to adopt a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value, expanding the description of Edinburgh's natural and landscape attributes. This definition expanded the framework to include the old and new town as integral townscapes, with the interplay between these areas creating an unrevealed urban structure in Europe. And again, we can see how this interconnection between different parts of the cities and the interrelationship within them was further highlighted over time, particularly after the adoption of the UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape. In particular, the inclusion of spectacular views and panoramas and the iconic skyline in the updated description emphasizes the dramatic topography of the old town, so we can see another urban and natural elements connected with this description, integrated within the planned alignments of the key buildings in the old and new town. And these enhancements draw attention to the intricate visual relationships and the contextual interplay between the urban and natural setting of the city. So by presenting these different case studies of heritage interpretation, I wanted to highlight how the way we interpret, and we can have a discussion about who is we, interpret heritage really evolves over time and are really context dependent. So in the two cases, the nomination dossier, the ICOMOS advisory body evaluation, and the retrospective statement of OUV, really exemplified a typical approach to urban heritage protection of their time, and that was conventional within their two different national contexts. Both properties were listed as group of buildings and not as sites, a definition that would have better reflected the relationship between their historic centers with the broader urban historic environments and surrounding landscapes. And as I mentioned before, the evolution of this international discourse around urban heritage conservation and management was also reflected in the adoption of the retrospective statement of OUV that allowed to enlarge and better define, just enlarge and a different and increased understanding of the values and attributes to these World Heritage properties over time, to include more natural and urban elements, but again, a reflection of certain actors involved and certain aspects related to the heritage. So, And this is the final part of my presentation before providing some recommendation for future actor. So with my research, after having understood the urban heritage in these two cities, I really wanted to understand how was this paradigm for urban heritage and conservation and management incorporated into the current planning and regulatory frameworks. So with my analysis, I selected all existing policies in a multi-sectorial, related to the active in these two cities with a multi-sectorial and multi-scalar perspective. So multi-sectorial because I selected those policies which were related to both urban heritage conservation, urban planning, and also socio-economic development. So trying to look at the system in a more multi-sectorial way, but also multi-scalar. So focusing on different levels from the World Heritage sites to the local, regional, national, and national level, which were involved in the urban governance of these cases. And the selection of documents that you can see here in the slides included plans, regulations, and strategies adopted from 2000 to 2022, and which are still in force. Each document was assessed. I developed a specific policy assessment tool to analyze all these documents, to provide and to help me also to compare the results of how this new paradigm for urban heritage conservation was implemented in different policies in the same city, but also across different policies in different cities. So to allow a comparison in the same case study and in different case studies. And here I just wanted to refresh what were the four principles of this paradigm of urban conservation, because now in the next slides I'm looking at how these principles were actually implemented or not, and what were the challenges that I found in the case studies. So according to the first one, an holistic and comprehensive approach. So from my analysis of all these policies, and here you can see some images of a very detailed analysis that I made of how all the attributes and values that were found in the World Heritage description were identified in, not only, but all the urban heritage attributes and values that were identified in all the policies that I found were identified in the urban, in the historic urban landscape concept in both cities and according to the different policies. If you want to have more information, you can consult my PhD on that. But here I will be very synthetic in what were really the key findings that emerged from this analysis. So in both cases, the assessment reveals that there was a comprehensive consideration of urban heritage attributes and values across the entire cities and its surrounding landscape. So if you overlap all the maps of the different policies that I analyzed, they were really able to cover the entire territory and to incorporate a wide range of both tangible and intangible attributes. And these documents that I analyzed really reflected a nuanced understanding of both tangible and intangible characteristics of urban heritage, as well as the dynamic changes and pressures impacting historic urban landscapes. And this understanding of the key elements that constitute the urban heritage, both tangible and intangible, and also what are the pressures and dynamic elements that are associated with it are crucial for devising specific policy actions to effectively address these challenges. But there are some, obviously, some challenges on how these elements were defined by whom and how, and this applies to another point that I will make later. However, there were also some differences of how the policies apply to the case of Florence and the case of Edinburgh. So, for example, in the case of Florence, there exists a complex array of territorial and urban planning tools, each grounded in the definition of specific knowledge frameworks. And these knowledge frameworks are really extensive description of all these attributes and associated with the urban heritage, providing a very rich information, but also they are different in the different plans and policies that I have analyzed, so complexifying the way the urban heritage is understood in different policies. And when we look at the urban heritage, we cannot really understand it in multiple ways in different documents, so there should be potentially one overarching understanding of the urban heritage in order to in order to make it clear what we mean, and again, we are talking about the meaning which is associated within the urban heritage for all the actors involved, because if not, this complexity in the understanding of the concept of urban heritage and the historic urban landscape itself really complicate the understanding, which is really the basis of any further action. So a synthesis of what we mean with urban heritage and historic urban landscape is still needed for a comprehensive identification of attributes and values alongside the dynamics of change at different territorial scales. So on the other hand, in Edinburgh, the documents are more concise and simple in the understanding of territorial and urban elements. There is not much overlappings across different documents providing different definitions and descriptions of what we mean with that. However, this very brevity and conciseness of the urban heritage also doesn't provide a lot of, this was a result of my findings, which based on the analysis of policies and also interviews with local stakeholders, doesn't provide a lot of information to local managers, development, architects and designers to understand what heritage is in a deep way to inform new development in the city or new conservation strategies that can take into account the complexity of it. The second point relates to urban heritage conservation as management of change. So once again, we could see two different approaches in the case of Florence and in the case of Edinburgh. So in the case of Florence, which is really within the Italian approach to heritage conservation and management, there is a very highly conservative, regulatory and prescriptive approach to urban conservation, predominantly focusing on preserving the structural integrity of the urban heritage, and in particular in preserving its aesthetic and historical values. And these conservative strategies restrict new developments at times and detract from the design quality of contemporary projects in both aesthetic and functional terms. In contrast, in Edinburgh, a more flexible approach is envisaged, in particular to facilitate development. And again, this has definitely connection with also the political systems underpinning this different approach at national levels, but also maybe at the international level as well. So while this approach in Edinburgh supports economic growth and job creations in a more flexible way, in a more dynamic way, it also poses significant risks to the historic center, which unexpectedly is the area, in Italy, because in Italy generally the city center is the most protected area, while in the case of Edinburgh, the city center is the area where more development are allowed, is the more susceptible to new development, and therefore, in particular being within the context of the World Heritage Convention, it poses more risks to the protection of heritage. So in recent years, in particular, this approach in Edinburgh has increasingly favored economic imperatives over the preservation of the historic environment, at least when understood in its more conventional ways. So in terms of buffer zone and visual protection tools, as I mentioned before, so in the case of Florence, a buffer zone covering the entire municipal areas and beyond was established in 2015 to add an additional layer of protection. However, this additional layer of protection was based really on the identification of some visual axes across the cities. I think there were 12 or 15, anyhow, between 12 and 18. I'm reading, 18 visual axes to protect the skyline of the city and the relevant views. So this was the understanding of the local council of the historic urban landscape applied to the city. And this was the incorporation, what they thought was the incorporation of the historic urban landscape approach into the city. So it's a very aesthetic approach to urban conservation, so not that different from what was preached in the 60s. The only good thing, well, not the only one, there are many good things, but I think the most interesting point about the buffer zone in Florence is that it was embedded in the urban planning tool. So these visual axes were part of the urban planning tool, adopted together with the structural plan of the city in 2015, and therefore moving from being just a recommendations or something that is advice for new developers to take into account when designing new projects, and also for site managers to help protecting the property, but also being a binding instrument because it was embedded in the planning tools, and that means that every project that was proposed and that could have potentially damaged this visual axis has to follow specific development processes according to the regulatory frameworks tool. Similarly, in in Edinburgh, there was no buffer zone adopted because it was not considered necessary, because the same approach, which was previously developed in Edinburgh actually, and then Florence followed, again focused on the protection of this visual axis, which was already incorporated into the urban planning tool. So once again, this was the understanding of what local managers thought was the historic urban landscape approach applied to heritage. So finally, third and fourth points related to integration and participation. So regarding integration, the analysis reveals that the potential of heritage to foster sustainable urban development was not fully realized. So when I look at the socioeconomic development policies as part of the sample that I analyzed, heritage was mentioned really maybe one time or two, but again was not recognized as a driver for sustainable development. And moreover, while interdisciplinary discussions among various institutions have increased in both frequency and scope in the recent year, there is still a pressing need to transcend disciplinary boundaries to effectively preserve, manage, guide transformations of, and enhance complex urban heritage. And I think that in this context, the World Heritage Management Plan, or management plan in general, urban management plans, could stand out as the most interdisciplinary and multi-sectorial urban management policy, because they really have the potential to bring different actors together and define a shared agenda for and actions for urban heritage conservation management and development. However, these plans are not prescriptive, they are not binding, and therefore there is a risk that effectively implement these plans by the responsible actors doesn't happen over time. On the topic of participation, my analysis showed that various levels and types of stakeholders are involved in defining policy objectives and actions. However, as mentioned earlier in this conference, the decision-making process still remains predominantly in the hands of politicians and policymakers, site managers and conservators. Other stakeholders are merely consulted, if at all. And local communities frequently remain uninformed about the city's development projects until the very final stage of design. So it's very difficult for them to have a say, especially when at the very early stage of project design and creation. So the only plan that in both cases that I found that really involved the local communities in the very definition of urban heritage values was the landscape plan applied to the region of Tuscany in Italy, which is the region where Florence is located, which embedded the principle of the European Landscape Convention. However, according to one of my interviewees, only a few people, but really less than 15, showed up in this consultation process of defining the values. So again, I wonder how representative this is. So there is still really a lack of meaningful involvement of the different actors, communities, individuals in the definitions of what urban heritage is. And there is still a very lack of trust for local communities with regards to the political and official circles, as well as heritage experts, because they feel to be excluded from the decision-making process. So looking forward, there is still a need to promote value-based and human rights-based approaches to heritage identification, conservation, and enhancement that could empower local communities, fostering a stronger sense of ownership of the heritage, inclusion, and involvement in the management of urban heritage. And this could bridge the gap between heritage preservation and community interests, making heritage management more inclusive and responsive to local needs. And here I come to my conclusion, and I would like to quote Albert Einstein by saying that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So as cities now evolve rapidly amidst global challenges, fostering sustainable urban environments has never been more crucial. So my research underscores the need for a comprehensive reassessment and improvement of urban management policies to effectively integrate heritage conservation management and urban development, and the need to support, to foster meaningful, and we can discuss what we mean with meaningful, participatory approaches at all stages of the process. Through such integration, this work lays the foundation for ongoing research and practical initiatives aimed at refining and broadening systemic approaches to urban development and heritage conservation, ultimately contributing to broader sustainability goals. So, in conclusion, I would like to propose some recommendations and highlight some areas for future research. And in doing so, I would like to present some and I am including some findings from a conference, a global conference that was held online in 2021 that I co-organized with the UK National Commission for UNESCO as part of the project Praxis, Arts and Humanities for Global Development at the University of Leeds, which was called Heritage and Our Sustainable Future. So this was a huge conference over 2 weeks, including 13 thematic sessions, and we involved more than 60 speakers from all over the world, and we had more than 300 participants actively engaged with the conversation. And after the conference with the UK National Commission for UNESCO, we transformed the key insights into some policy briefs, 10 of them, 10 thematic policy briefs with insight from the sessions on various themes that if you're interested, I really encourage you to consult online, and I can provide, so a little bit of advertisement here again, I can provide you the link. So one of them specifically focused on inclusive development for sustainable cities. So the first point that I want to highlight is that we need to move beyond siloed approaches. So addressing sustainability challenges marked by crises and opportunities alike demands more than mere technical solutions. It calls for a bold reimagining of how we can individually and collectively integrate diverse knowledge systems and approaches into our research and practical endeavors. To achieve this, we really need to move beyond traditional silos and barriers, fostering more holistic framework in research, policy development, and practice, which are too often compartmentalized and conducted by actors and institutions that fail to communicate with one another or communicate effectively with one another. It's also vital to bridge those divides, not only within heritage, but also within different fields, including natural sciences, technology, social sciences, humanities, and many, many others. Such divisions are artificial and hinder our progress towards sustainable development, but probably also toward a better understanding of what heritage is and means. Often, this disjoint approach leads to fragmented policies that fail to see the interconnectedness of our social, environmental, and economic systems, which are actually part of the same systems and are not three different systems. The second point relates to the recognition of the pluralistic dimension of heritage. So heritage comprises a plurality of narratives and values, all of which need to be recognized in interpretation, conservation, and management. And there is often a conflicting tension between dominant and official heritage narratives, included but not limited to the OUV definition of World Heritage Sites and other informal heritage narratives, including those of minority voices and communities, which are sometimes underrepresented, ignored, or even silenced. So in order to overcome this, some suggestions are to conduct research and learn from practical experience to increase our understanding of plural heritage narratives in urban environments and to inform more inclusive policymaking and planning strategies, and to co-produce heritage narratives, including UNESCO nominations, with both local communities and authorities, and not only, to provide more inclusive heritage interpretations and support the transmissions of underrepresented and non-official stories, as well as to incorporate the dynamic dimension of heritage as a constantly recreated concept, bridging past, present, and future. And in doing so, I really think we need to there should be a shift in existing power relationships, and we need to scramble existing power dynamics in order to, especially from a heritage expert point of view, give something to other communities and be able to have these uncomfortable, sometimes, conversations. The third point, and this is my last point, is aligning international frameworks with local needs. The SDG framework and the UNESCO's OUV concept do not recognize the dynamic elements and diversity of meanings of heritage, which are both critical for inclusion and sustainability. So this is sometimes, and probably often, the case in existing planning and frameworks too. As a result, these regulatory frameworks do not fully embrace the complexity involved in heritage recognitions and representation by different communities, groups, and individuals, as well as its dynamic components. The lack of an appropriate policy framework for urban heritage conservation and management may lead to exclusionary practices, as said before, and marginalizations, and a static approach to heritage conservation and management. So I really think it's important to integrate top-down international frameworks with bottom-up local approaches to better recognize the dynamic and diverse meanings of heritage in a reciprocal exchange process. And promote the development of inclusive and dynamic platforms to foster citizen and stakeholders' active engagement, as well as intergenerational exchange on heritage matters, for example, through urban observatories, laboratories, or even museums, and to implement projects that bridge the gap between policymakers and local citizens, also to support this co-creation and trust creations or improvement, promoting a shared urban and heritage agenda that supports inclusivity and sustainability. So thank you so much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think she reminded us our reality that now a significant amount of heritage are located in urban area. So she discussed the contemporary urban challenges that we face and also major paradigm shifts for the urban conservation. And finally, policy comparison through the World Heritage City of Florence and also the Edinburgh. So now I would like to listen to some of your thoughts, comments, or questions. Yes, Sang-Yeon, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I appreciate your emphasis on the interconnectedness of social, environmental, and economic dimensions, and also the need for co-producing heritage narratives. And I believe you're arguing that the participation is really the basis for recognizing that interconnectedness and facilitating co-production processes, right? But as you may well know, there have long been academic and policy debates over participation in environmental governments as well as in community development and development processes in developing countries, third world, and so forth, especially a range of issues that may affect the public trust on that very participatory processes. And one of them is the degree to which we delegate decision-making power to the participants, right? The listening and taking into account the concerns about, concerns of community members can be seen as participatory processes. Any participatory processes should involve those processes, but that's different from giving community members the actual power to reject, change, or shape the very goal, plan, and implementation of the project under consideration. I'm not saying that, which is the appropriate degree, but there's always that issue. And another related issue is the scope of decision-making that can actually be affected by participation. Now, if most aspects of the project under consideration have already been decided, and only those issues that would not change the main trajectory are left, then public distrust may build up, and maybe people begin to see that these participatory processes are just kind of public relation efforts. So these problems are always, always follow any debate about participation. So I'm just wondering, although, I agree with you with your main points, I'm just wondering how you tackle these issues, because, that happens everywhere. Whenever we talk about participation in decision-making, then there's no sort of single solution to it. So I'm just wondering what you think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree that there is no solution or no fixed solution for that. A starting point, in my opinion, would be to start talking with these communities or individuals or groups at the very early stage of any project. We can be even in academia. So I'm a researcher. So when we design a research project for a grant application, for example, I think it's really important to start, if you want to work with communities, it's important to co-create that research project with the community since the very beginning, so you can talk with them, understand what are their needs, how the research can be beneficial for them and not just extractive from them the data for publications and career purposes. And that's ideal. You start from the very early stage and then you involve the community. You not involve the community, you really partner with the communities all throughout any project. It can be a new conservation project, a management plan, a research project in the universities, and you keep this constant collaboration with them and this reciprocal exchange and feedback with the community or communities. Again, communities are not all the same; they are different. We need to understand who are we are engaging with, we want to engage with, why, and what are the dynamics involved. And at the end, also it's important to seek their feedback for evaluation, because sometimes, once a project is finished, a project which was supposed to benefit the communities, we don't ask the communities if actually the project worked and how we can maybe refine our strategies later. So yes, that's this critical initial engagement with the target groups or our stakeholders is really important since the very beginning, but it has challenges because sometimes we don't have the time, the capacity, but sometimes it's also the willingness or to do that, because it's challenging. We need to challenge ourselves or the policy makers involved in the creation and design of these policies to face these maybe uncomfortable conversations and to really take into consideration the pluralities of needs, values, understandings that the communities have. So this is, I think, a really interesting topic for research, and there is still so much to do, and I hope we can, as a heritage community, continue to improve that.
We will probably go back to that issue during our wrap-up discussion, yes. And Matthias, did you want to say something? Yeah.
Thank you so much for a great presentation. Just a small question. Did you you analyzed the policies and how these principles have been reflected? Did you also look about what was the problem in the implementation of policies, or was that not part of your research, just to understand better the scope?
Yes, some of it, not extensively, but the analysis was carried out I didn't detail the methodology, but I desk assessed the policies using a policy assessment tools that I designed. And this was a desk assessment of the policies, and the policy assessment tool was based on the key principle of this new paradigm for urban heritage conservation. So I look at these 4 categories divided in certain criteria for the analysis and carried out this evaluation. But I also carried out interviews with, I think, 15 participants in Florence and 10 participants in Edinburgh, involved in the various sectors that were involved in the design or implementation or design and implementation of those policies, to understand actually what were the challenges in implementation. So yes, I did that too. I could have been more detailed also in my PhD work, interviewing more people across sectors, but yes, that was an interesting part of the research, and I think a very important point, because it's different sometimes how the policy is set and how it's actually, very well, because you're a site manager, how it's actually implemented on the ground. Sometimes there are also nice surprises that can happen on the ground on policy implementations that are not expected in the policy design, but actually can also innovate practices.
Yes, Sujeong, please.
Corresponding to Professor Kim, and also to Matthias, because before joining to WHIPIC, I was a government officer who's looking after the 3 different historic cities. And whenever we change, as Dr. Gilberto mentions, about the planning or policy for the historic towns, at the end of the day, it's the owners and the residents and the shopkeepers to actually implement those kind of policy change and so on. So probably that's why you asked about the implementation analysis and how those kind of, a very expert-based policy change can actually implement and make the changes in the landscape of the cities, as well as the people's meaning-making process on the place where they live. And actually, I think, as mentioned at the last point, it is more than we expected, because when we look at the change of their mind, change of their attitude, and also their decision makings on their buildings and the shops and everything, that actually very much kind of unexpected changes happening in the case of Korean historic cities. But the thing is, as she mentioned, the communication is one of the most important things. I mean, sometimes as an expert or academics, we look down upon their knowledge and so on, but actually that is not the way that we should do. It is, at the end of the day, it is them to make a final decisions on their own cities, I believe. So that is just comment. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what's really important for us to understand is that who is us, who is them, and who is taking the decision. Is it an individual decision? It's a collective decision. I think there is still a tension between the meaning-making process for individual and from collective point of view, and what do we want heritage to be associated with. And I think it's both, but it's challenging, and there is a conflict dimension in it that we really need to be careful in tackling.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions? Okay. If not, we probably would conclude this presentation and move to our last speaker of the day. Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you. So now I would like to invite Dr. Sujeong Lee. He is the professor of Department of Tourism Sciences at Mokpo National University in Korea. And he'll be speaking about the making a purposeful difference on visitor experience, attitude, and behavior through interpretation. Please give a warm welcome to him.
Good afternoon. I'm Sujeong Lee. I'm a professor in the Department of Tourism Sciences at Mokpo National University. Before getting into the presentation, I would like to thank you to Dr. Sujeong Lee, where she is. She left. For her invitation to this valuable and interesting conference. And my thanks goes to Mr. Nam Kim as well for his support for me to be prepared for this conference. Today I'm going to talk about interpretation in general and heritage interpretation in specific, under the title of making a purposeful difference on visitors' experience, attitude, and behaviors through interpretation. And the subtitle of my presentation is what research has or has not shown about interpretation's impact. Well, my presentation is different from the other 4 speakers' presentation in the sense that, my focus and my approach is not based on like planning or policy or like community participation or things like that. My approach is more like a social psychological or psychological from the visitor's point of view. Well, now let me just talk a little bit about how I get involved in interpretation and interpretation research. Actually, I wrote my dissertation about bird watchers. I mean, in the U.S. My research PhD research topic was about bird watchers' behaviors and their psychology, and how they get involved in bird watching, and how they make progress over time, and what kind of attitude and motivation do they have for bird watching and things like that. So when I came back to Korea in 2002, I did not expect there is bird watchers. I mean, I didn't know about birding and bird watchers, before writing my dissertation and before starting my PhD course in the United States. So I didn't expect there would be bird watchers or birding culture in Korea, but surprisingly, I found that there was a birding fair in a city called Seoul, Korea, and I had a chance to research about bird watchers and birding culture in Korea in 2003 and 2004, and in the process, I just came across interpreters for bird watchers. So that's the first time I realized the importance and the existence of interpreters. So since then, I was very interested about I realized that the interpreters of bird watchers, they enhance the experience of the bird watchers. So I started thinking about interpretation since then, for the first time in 2003, and I have done a couple of researches. What are the good qualities of interpretation, and how can interpreters enhance the visitor's experience? So I have done a couple of researches about that, and during the process, I also came across a textbook written by Sam Ham. He is one of the reading scholars in the field in the United States, and I translated his book titled Interpretation Making a Difference into Korean this year. So that's one of the reasons why I guess I was invited by Dr. Sujeong Lee. So today my presentation will start by the purposes of interpretation. Why do we interpret? I know that the four presenters talked about the definition and the importance of interpretation. So we already had discussed about the meaning making and what is the meaning of meaning making. So from a social psychological perspective, I would like to discuss a little bit about that in the beginning, and then I will talk about the qualities of interpretation as a communication. Good quality. What are the dimensions a good interpretation require as a good communication. So I'll talk about that, and then I'm not. How many of you are familiar with TORE model or TORE model? How many of you? It's your first time? So I guess, I mean, my impression of this conference is, many of the speakers or all of the speakers from the continent. I mean, from like a UK or like a Italy, a German. Some speakers from the state, but as far as I know, there are much more researches about interpretation in the United States. I mean, so but for some reason I don't know why, but the researches that has been done in the United States was not that examined a lot in this conference. So. TORE model is very very well known and model of interpretation. How people how we can change how we can enhance visitors' experience, attitude, and behavior. So I will explain a little bit about that, and then lastly I will talk about the research evidences about interpretation's impact in terms of experiences, attitude, and behaviors. I don't know all about interpretation research, but I'm pretty much familiar with interpretation impact especially from a social science or social psychological perspectives. Now, this is the Sam Hammond's book that I mentioned, Interpretation, Making a Difference on Purpose. How many of you have seen or read this book? Oh, okay. Some of you are ready. I think there are good textbooks about interpretation, but I think this is the best, or one of the best textbook in interpretation field. And I translated this book into Korean early of this year. So, and my speech and my presentation is mostly the contents of my presentation comes from this book. Why government? Why UNESCO? Or why UN? Or why government spend money for interpretation and presentation for heritage? This is kind of a fundamental questions all the heritage interpretation related organization would have. So why? And why there is an organization like International Center for Interpretation and Presentation of World Heritage Site? I think the answer could be extracted from this definition of interpretation, which was coined by National Association of Interpretation. I think there are many different kinds of interpreters association in the world, but NAI is the biggest organization, as far as I know, of interpreters, and they spend a lot of time to define the essence of interpretation. And as you can see here, they define interpretation is a purposeful approach to communication. So it says interpretation is a communication. And it's communication, but it's kind of communication that facilitates meaningful and relevant and inclusive experience. So it facilitates experience. And what kind of experience it facilitates? It deepen understanding, broaden perspectives, and inspire engagement the world around us. So I think this is not the only one definition. Different scholars, different organizations can define interpretation differently, but I would say that this is one of the best interpretation that shows the purposes of interpretations. So I kind of dissolved the definition into this kind of three parts. So why we interpret, the facilitate meaning and meaningful, relevant, and inclusive experiences. That's the first purpose of interpretation, so enhance experiences. The second purpose of interpretation is deepen our understanding and broaden our perspective of a heritage site, or like nature, or it could be nature or culture. And the last one is influence behavior, like inspire engagement. So I don't know how many of you could agree with these purposes of interpretation, but from a visitors, from a social psychological perspective, this could be a major purposes of interpretation. I would say so. So let's talk a little bit deeper, in detail about the purposes of interpretation. So what does that mean? What does enhancing experience mean? So as you can see here, it means that, to the extent interpretation succeeds in provoking. So interpretation is not, it's not disseminate knowledge. It does not, it's provoking visitors' personal thought and personal meaning about a place. And the provoking shapes the visitor's experience. So meaning may be based on the facts, the attribute of a heritage site, but it's more than that. So it's not about a name or animal or historic facts, but it is about a sense or aura. Somebody already talked about aura. So of how things really were. So as we already mentioned a couple of times, meaning making, succeeds in memory making, and it's a kind of the main purpose of interpretation. So as you can see on this figure, the interpreters, they can give the audience kind of the experience of awe, sympathy, anger, disappointment, or some insight. And by this process, the audience, the visitors, could experience, they can have their own personal meanings. I don't know if, does it make sense? Okay. Now, impact, what does impact attitude mean? Attitude is kind of different from experience. Attitude is more like a consistent. It's kind of, you cannot change attitude that easily. It takes time. So attitude is about visitors' evaluation of a place or thing. So whether it is good or bad, or positive or negative. So it has like a orientation. I mean, but studies show that impact on attitude or visitor, on interpreter first, have to provoke thinking about the place or things. So one of the reasons why we run interpretation programs at a heritage site is to protect or to preserve, conserve the site. So we need to know the visitors, the importance of a site. So in order to do that, we need to, we need to the visitor to think about the importance of the place. So, but the important thing is more knowledge does not necessarily mean more operation and caring. So it's very hard. So I know that we will visiting Doksu Palace Seokjojeon tomorrow as a post-conference tour. It's one of the 5 palaces of Joseon Dynasty in Seoul, located in Seoul. And I think many of the foreigners have ever been here don't know about these palaces, but it was first built in the Korean Imperial of Korea, which was about the Imperial was founded in late 18th or early 19th. But the meaning, the attitude toward this Seokjojeon, the building, the attitude, the visitors' attitude toward this building, could be positive or negative or good or bad. But a visitor, in order to all visitor has to have a meaning first to have attitude about this building. So this place is a place of hope or hopeless. I mean, the Empire of Korea, the king was built this building for the diplomatic reasons. I mean, he wanted to invite diplomats from different countries in this building, and but this is a place of the hopeless as well, because the unequal treaty between Japan and Korea was concluded in this building. So, to some visitors, this could be this building could be a place of hope, or let me rephrase it. This building, in that sense, this building could be a place of hope or hopeless. So, in order to impact on attitude for a place like this, interpreter first have to provoke thinking about this place or things. So that's what I want to say. The last purposes of interpretation is changing behavior. I mean, the protected area management organizations like National Park Services or like WHIPIC they are concerned about the visitors' behavior. They want the visitors to care more about the heritage site or like natural parks. But this model shows that this behavior change comes after behavior intention, and this behavior intention would be influenced by the attitude and subjective norms. This is very well-known social psychological model of Fischerbein and Agen. It's a theory of legion action. So, for example, if a national park wants visitors to not throw out trashes, and then the national park wanted to run a interpretation program for the behavior. They have to change they have to provoke thinking of the visitors first, and then it can lead to the attitude change, and then finally it can change the behavior as well. So this model kind of shows how it works. Now let's talk a little bit about the good qualities of good presentation. So the first quality that Sam Ham emphasized is a good interpretation has a theme. But the trouble with a lot of interpretation is that it is not guided by a theme, but by a topic. What does that mean? It means that, theme is different from topic. Topic is kind of words, but theme is a sentence, the message that an interpreter wanted to deliver. So, for example, neoclassical architecture of this 석조전 is a kind of topic, but theme should be a sentence like this. Neoclassical architecture was not just about pointed building and arches. It was about projecting power and inspiring awe in people. So the topic and theme is quite different. So the first quality that a good interpretation has to have is a theme. The second quality is a good interpretation is very well organized, should be very well organized. As you can see here, if you limit yourself to no more than 1 second, which group is easier to count, A or B? A or B? This may be better. And now try this one. Which one is better? This is better. Because this is organized. This is not organized. So most interpretation usually consists of 3 parts: introduction, and body, and conclusion. So, but sometimes there is no theme, there is no organization, interpretation, transcript. So this is kind of another important dimension of a good interpretation. And the third quality of a good interpretation is relevant to visitors. I remember that we talked about what does meaning mean What does meaning mean? What does meaning? I think the meaningful means important. So, why this site? Why these buildings? Why this area is important to us? That's kind of the meaning of meaningful, I guess. Important, how important it is to us, to the visitors. And the other dimension of relevant is personal interest. Even though it could be a very important issue of a society, but it could not be personally interested. So a good interpretation which has a relevance to the audience has two dimensions like meaningful and personal. Dr. Sam Ham recommend to use universal concepts, concepts that hold specific significance for human. So what does meaningful mean? So we can use this kind of universal concept like love, joy, justice, irony, like conflict, defeat or death, darkness or disappointment, hope, hopeless. So when we inject this kind of vitamin R stands for relevance to a interpretation. It could be relevant to the audience. That's what Dr. Ham argues. So that's the kind of a third quality of a good interpretation. And the last quality of a good interpretation is it should be enjoyable. So then what does enjoyable mean? So most people think that enjoyable means funny or fun. But it doesn't necessarily entail funny or fun. I mean, it could be like sad or scary or shocking or even appalling. So if an interpreter provoke this kind of feelings to the audience, the interpretation will be very enjoyable. So this is kind of the last quality that a good presentation has. You know what? In the United States, in my field, tourism and visitor studies, they develop scales. Some may criticize about the positivist perspective, but I develop scales to measure these dimensions of qualities of interpretations. So they measure the scales. They develop scales and measure if a interpretation is successful or not. So, and this table shows that. So what does that TOR mean? Stands for? It's an abbreviation of the first character of the quality of a good presentation: theme, organization, relevance, and enjoyable. So this shows that some interpretation output could be TOR. It has strong theme, well organized, relevant, but not enjoyable. And another output could be capital T and small ORE, which means that strong theme, weak organization, weak relevance, not much enjoyable. So the output of TOR interpretation would vary. So And this is the mechanism of how TORE model works. Basically, it says that a strongly relevant theme to the audience, if it presented to the audience, that the audience will be interested and motivated to pay attention to the place or site. They will think about the place. And then it provokes theme-focused thinking and wondering, marveling, and meaning-making. And if it really works well, it will create, it will change or like a, it will change or like a, enhance the theme-relevant belief. So theme-relevant belief would be altered, reinforced, or created. And this would, this is a strong past means like they are persuaded a lot. And then it will lead to the increased likelihood of theme-relevant behavior outcomes, as I mentioned in the example of throughout tracing in a national park, for example. So this is basically what TORE model of thematic interpretation says. Now, then how research support, how much research support about this model? So, for example, can your interpretation enhance or positively impact personal experience? Yes. There is a journal like Journal of Interpretation, Journal of Sustainable Tourism, or Journal of Ecotourism, Tourism Management. And there are significant research articles appeared on those journals that show that interpretation enhance or positively impact a person's experience. But it has to have a TORE quality. If it doesn't have a TORE quality, it doesn't guarantee. So secondly, I mean, then can your interpretation create or reinforce a positive or negative attitude about something? Yes, yes. But only if it is designed to impact that specific attitude. It's general attitude about nature or heritage, that does not necessarily lead to attitude change. It should be very focused or specific. For example, like, as I said, throw out trash, or like feeding wild animals, or like scribbling graffiti, like that. You need to be specific. What kind of attitude I want to change? Lastly, influence a person's long-term behavior. Not sure. That has been rigorously tested. So I would say that we need more research about this. But how it works, how we can experience, how we can enhance the experience better. What kind of mechanism there it is. We need to find out that. So we can rely on some, like cognitive psychology, or like behavioral psychology or social psychology to understand a person's experience, human beings' experience, attitude, and behavior. So I think we need more need to do more research about this to make progress in the field. So this is kind of a summary of my presentation today. So why we interpret? Why we spend? We spend money. So I think the meaning of interpretation, the purposes of interpretation would be nothing, or meaning is without considering the visitors to some extent. So so the three purposes: enhance experiences, impact attitude, and influence behavior. The four qualities of good presentation: theme, organization, relevance, and enjoyment. And the research shows that interpretation can make on purposeful. So it's a very deliberate communication. So purposeful difference on experiences, attitudes, and short-term behaviors. But it only if it has TORE qualities. And this is the figure that I explained in the previous slide, how it works, the TORE model of semantic interpretation. This is what I got today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee has looked into the heritage interpretation with the socio-psychological perspective. Why do we interpret in the first place? Why do we interpret heritage in the first place? What do we want to change? So he introduced the qualities of a good interpretation as a communication with a TORE model. So now we would like to take some questions or comments. Actually, Professor Lim, yes, please.
Yeah, this model looks very interesting, but not persuasive. I mean, there is no dimension of interaction between interpreters and visitors. My experience as a memory activist tells a totally different story. I mean, 3 years ago, my institute organized an exhibition, the Holocaust victim, Roma and Sinti Holocaust victims. Our main purpose is to show that like these ordinary Germans in Passau area, we ordinary Koreans can be a victimizer under certain conditions, especially when we are looking at into the today's contemporary Koreans' attitude towards the Gastarbeiters or some foreigners and the international marriage immigrants. And we educated curators. Well, no, what's the name of this? Not curators, the guy who is explain the exhibition to the visitors. Docents, yeah, we educate docents. Then my master student wrote his master thesis by attending this exhibition for whole month. And he followed all the docents' explanations. He had a sort of Q&A with visitors. First of all, interpretation is a very multi-layered dimension. Our interpretation was not translated into docent as we had intended. Docent had a totally different interpretation, and docent, like us Koreans, those Sinti victims were victimized by the Holocaust. So we can learn from this, exhibition of Sinti and Roma victims of Holocaust how we should not be victims again. Something like totally different, interpretation can be done by interpreters, but also docents. When the docents interpreted all these exhibitions, the visitors accepted all these docents' interpretations totally differently. Everyone has accepted that interpretation based on one's own previous knowledge about the Holocaust and genocide before coming to the, this exhibition. Also, we have lots of empirical studies. For example, when the school students, they visited all the Holocaust museums and history museums, their way of perceiving that exhibition was depending on their previous knowledge about these historical events. Means that depending on their education, depending on their previous knowledge. So I mean that this, from my experience, that shows that this interpretation model is too much, how can I say, so one-sided one, from the top to the bottom. So there is no dimension to understanding how the people respond to this interpretation from below based on their educational background or their social lives and process of socialization. So I don't know, in the natural park case, that model can work, but in the historical heritages, I think we have quite different experiences. Sorry about this.
It's very, very good point and comment. Right. I mean, but this model does not, this model also consider the visitors or audience as well. I mean, there is words that it's a matter of zone of tolerance. Zone of tolerance. So I agree with you that on interpretation could be interpreted differently by the visitors based on their educational background and their previous experience or things like that. But an organization of a protected area organization like WHIPIC or like National Park Service, they have to have, they have a mission of their organization, and they wanted to, as you said in the Holocaust Museum, the curator example, you wanted to deliver a message to the audience, but the curator already, they interpret the message differently, and they interpret to the audience one more time. But it does not mean that organization does not have to have a message or like a theme to deliver. But it could be different visitors experience different. Interpret. What is a good word that interpret? They experience differently when they have an interpretation. But basically, what I'm saying is that this model assumes that there is an audience and they can receive the message differently. So there is a chapter in this book about the zone of tolerance. I don't know if this could be a good answer to you or not. Yeah.
Do you want to actually respond to this discourse? Or yes, so please, Matthias. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I want to touch upon 3 points here. So first of all, again, coming back to obviously this book that you have used is using a lot of Freeman Tilden content, like theme and topic universal. So it seems to be like contextualizing the work from 1957. So still in my mind, it's not clear what is the definition of meaning. And shouldn't it be rather meanings than meaning? Because we have these different perceptions and different stories. So this is the first point. Second point about the objective to change behavior. That sounds for me a little bit like the idea of nudging, getting the people somewhere and not even maybe making them aware. I'm not sure if this is far too much ambitious, because you said it yourself in your presentation that it takes a long time to change the attitude. I mean, how much time do people have at a site? I'm not sure if this is really unrealistic and too ambitious. And my third point is this word enjoyable that you have used for like as a container for a variety of different responses and feelings, from joy to sadness, I'm not sure if it fits. For me, it is more resonance. It is resonance that is an open concept, but with joy, I mean, I have the association of positive, light feeling, but not with sadness.
Okay, some 3 questions, many questions.
Sorry.
Okay, it's okay. Well, can I have my presentation slide here? Oh, okay. So I think this, what does meaning? I know that. I know I'm familiar with postmodern philosophy. My background is sociology, so I'm familiar with postmodern philosophy and postmodern theories. So there are no capital T. There's only small t's. But it does not. But there are still. I mean, the kind of as he already illustrated. He already pointed out. An interpretation could be differently. I mean, could be interpreted differently, person to person. I mean, each person, they receive the message differently. So there's not only one, I agree that there's only one meaning. There could be many meanings, and I agree with that. But so this model does not eliminate the possibility of different kinds of interpretation from a interpretation. So there should be different meanings. So, and the meaning means why the meaningful means if it is very important to us, it's meaningful. So the importance could be different to different people. But we have values, we have norms. So an interpretation could deliver some meaning to the audience as far as audience has values and norms in their mind. I think so. And the second question that you have is attitude change. Yes, attitude change is very, very, very hard. My attitude cannot be changed easily. I mean, so the previous research, as I said, shows that if we wanted to change attitude, you should be very specific. If we wanted to change the behavior of visitors that throw out trash, you should interpret the negative impact of throwing out trashes in the park, for example. Then you need to provoke their thinking about throwing out trashes. So I don't know how many times we need to interpret to change a certain attitude toward nature, but it may take time, but it depends. I mean, it depends on what kind of certain attitudes or activities. It depends, I guess so. And the last question is about enjoy and joy. How could joy could enhance experience or change attitude or change behavior? Or, joy, it depends on what kind of joy an interpreter has. So for example, the joy of, experiencing nature. I mean, the interpreter, for example, explain about the joy of nature, the experiencing the joy of nature that the visitor does not know. So after having the interpretation, the visitor may experience nature better, more. So that's how it may works. I don't know, but it's kind of a very, very tough questions, but I guess dissonant is not the only word that can be used to explain change behaviors. I mean, disappointment, hope, or hopeless, that kind of like a emotional experience could change the attitude or like behaviors.
Any other, yes, Elizabeth.
Thanks. I wanted to pick up on Matthias's second question and also maybe loop today's presentations in with yesterday and the focus on the part in red in our title, The Age of Ecological Crisis. Because it seems to me that that question of attitude is really the crux of why we've all gathered here, that there's this existential crisis. So what are the tools of heritage, not just in their materiality and their thingness, but as they're activated through interpretation to make a difference somehow? And one of the things that struck me as you were talking about this was, I don't know if anyone is familiar with the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience. This now more than 200 sites around the world that are dedicated to using their specific historical context to speak to human rights issues, whether, sites of the disappeared or gulags or voting rights, women's suffrage or slavery. And what if there was a similar coalition, because these were all things that already existed, they've just self-identified as having this purpose of trying to make a difference for their visitors and helping them understand, whether it's empathy or whatever it is about this conscience, that these are sites of conscience, if there was a sort of network of ecological conscience, that if every site was asked to look and say, what am I doing? How is my interpretation here speaking to this sort of nexus that you've talked about, whether it's through Ham or George Hine and Constructivist Museum? I mean, I don't think we should get too hung up on Tilden versus somebody else, but this idea of these powerful sites where you have history and content and social, emotional experience to help people come to some kind of understanding that shifts attitudes and behaviors around ecology. If you can maybe speak to that, do you see any promise in the work you've done on how this actually changes minds for our present ecological crisis?
Yes, I think so. I mean, many of the researches that I mentioned was done in natural heritages like national parks, IUCN protected areas. So, I mean, interpretation could play an important role to enhance their environmental consciousness of visitors to nature or culture heritage site, and so that they can, do some pro-environmental behaviors. So that's what the research shows. I think so. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, I think this concludes the final presentation of today. So give a big hand to Dr. Lee. So so we're going to close the presentation session of today, and now we're going to have a 15-minute break before the wrap-up discussion. But yes, before having our break, to commemorate this conference, we're going to have a group photo. Yes, so I invite all the speakers and organizers to come to the stage for the picture. We'll resume the session at 20 past 4. Okay, now we start our wrap-up discussion for today. So WHIPIC team has prepared four questions to respond to the big theme of this conference and also to connect the day 1 and day 2 discussions. So we'll start our questions. Are you all ready? Are you all ready? Yes. Okay, so I'll address the first question. So our first question of the wrap-up discussion is, all the speakers highlighted the changing society surrounding heritage today and the significance of heritage interpretation. Now is an era where sustainable and inclusive interpretation beyond the simple physical preservation is important. What societal changes do you think are impacting most on heritage and heritage interpretation? For instance, changes in technology, in public perception of heritage, or changes in policy, such as changes in UNESCO policies and guidance. How do you think this change is altering the landscape of heritage and its discourse? So I will first give chance to talk to our panelists, and then we would like to listen to the first day panelists as well. Okay.
Sorry, I'll pitch in with just a few very quick thoughts to give the rest of the team time to think, and looking at this from a very personal perspective. Obviously, there have been major advances in technology, social media, etc., but also in other areas, virtual reality and so on. And those obviously have impacted very significantly on the tools that we use for delivering interpretation to audiences and the way that audiences receive that interpretation and respond to it. And obviously, we're all aware that social media, through social media in particular, there is a tendency towards more black and white and conflicting views, which can make it a much more challenging environment for interpreters. So that has had and continues to have a major impact on our approaches to interpretation. Shifts in public perception, certainly as far as I'm concerned, I have always, right from the very beginning, been interested in public participation in heritage. That's the whole raison d'etre of what I do and why I do it. And I was involved in that, I can't exactly say before it became a thing, but certainly very early on. But what has changed is, in that perspective for me, is that co-creation has now become much more of a thing and therefore much more acceptable, and has introduced methodologies and ways of doing things which provide opportunities to do it better and to understand better what I was trying to achieve from the beginning, and hopefully to do it more effectively. And similarly, the changes that there have been through campaigns such as Black Lives Matter and others have very significantly impacted on those co-creative approaches, and certainly push that towards more inclusive approaches and better and more constructive thinking about what that actually means and how we can use that from an interpretation point of view. Despite all those mega changes, for me personally, the most important changes, and Sujeong has not paid me to do this, have been the changes in policy through UNESCO in relationship to World Heritage Sites. Back in the day when I was the Director of World Heritage for the Hadrian's Wall World Heritage Site, I had immense difficulty in trying to get people to think about sustainable development, about inclusion of communities and how we should do that, and also about thinking about OUV, and that actually that in interpretive terms, OUV was not a very effective tool for public engagement. And what those policy changes have meant is that had I had those available, At the time, I could have used those as sticks with which to beat the various representatives of national heritage organisations to say to them, look, here is a policy. I wish to implement it. You can't stand in my way because it is UNESCO's policy with regard to World Heritage Sites. And that would have given me the power to do those things that I wasn't able to do at the time and which I battled against. So for me, it's those policy changes which have given effectively the scope to be able to deliver things at a practical level on the ground. Obviously, there are issues about capacity building, and directors need to have the understanding and the tools with which to deliver those sorts of things, and there needs to be guidance on that. But for me personally, that has been the most effective impact.
Thank you very much. Any other thoughts to add on that?
Well, I like this concept that is used now more and more in heritage in Europe. It's called the triple transformation. So it's like green, digital, and social. And I mean, all the green transformation we can relate to sustainability and resilience concepts. The digital transformation has something to do with the things I tried to show in my presentation about the change communication patterns. And the social transformation is about inclusiveness, cultural diversity, etc. And I think in Europe we try to link to these as the three major challenges. And of course that is changing dramatically cultural heritage, what we do with it, and also heritage interpretation.
Yes, there's a mic.
Thank you. Is it working? Yeah. So I wanted to pick up on the green side of these changes, because I really think that nowadays, if we talk about societal changes, and looking in particular younger generations, but not only, there is this increasing awareness about climate change, the impact of climate change, and how we need to tackle these issues as urgently as possible. So I think this awareness really needs to be embedded in the heritage discourses, because in particular younger generations are those that are really taking more seriously these issues into account, because they are the ones that will be probably more impacted by this. And therefore, while we are looking at heritage and the impact of climate change on heritage, we have also to take into account what is the responses of communities, again, and younger generations, but not only in relation to those aspects. The other thing that I would like to flag is, talking about, again, societal changes, is there is a shift in heritage practice toward more decolonized approaches. So we are shifting the discourse from being Western European centered toward more international and global South-led approaches to heritage conservations, which I really think they need to be taken into account. And during the conference that I co-organized with UNESCO, we really involved a lot of participants from the global South, and this was really a key emerging issues that I think is important to flag in this context today.
Thank you very much. If Dr. Sujeong Lee can add.
I'd like to point two aspects which might be quite contrasting, I would say. The first one is generally the peoples in worldwide, they respect the diversities. They are expecting some diverse narrative from the site so that they can actually connect to the heritage sites through those kind of diverse narrative and storytellings. And that expands our perspective on understanding of heritage and also the collective memories as well. Whereas, as Professor Lim mentioned at the beginning of yesterday's session, that UNESCO, who is holding the power over the World Heritage System, even though they are announcing sustainable development goals and their efforts of changing the operational guidelines, actually they are not fast enough to reflect the demands of the site levels and from the public perspective. And also, even though we are talking about the diversity and the peace and the reconciliations within the UN framework, actually many of the state parties and also the powerful member states are
thinking about the nationalism and patriotism and sort of things. So I think those two kind of, very divisive perspective are affecting to the site, and the site managers and the site levels and the publics are kind of confused at the moment to which narrative would be quite relevant on the site, and the diversity issues and also the nationalism issues actually are coexisting on the site level at the moment. And I think that is one aspect that I would like to address. Thank you. Or if you don't have...
One of the major changes that we are experiencing these days is, the people's value about the truth is changing. I mean, as I said, there is no capital T. There are only small t's. So different person has different value and norms. So there is a question like how society possible. So there are, for example, in Korean society, more and more conflict, like occurs. Like there is a generation gaps and conflict between different generations, and conflict among different social classes or social stratifications. So, and there is also an issue of diversity as well, as Dr. Sujeong Lee mentioned. So things are changing. So it's so that's why interpretation is a very complicated job, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. So the question was, what societal changes do you think are impacting most on heritage and heritage interpretation, and how do you think this change is altering the heritage and its discourse? So, so for the first day panelists, do you want to respond to any of these answers, or do you want to share your thoughts on this? Probably Rohan can answer.
I'm going to speak slightly at a different angle to what the concerns have been expressed. And I want to come to the point that Matthias actually flagged earlier. There is a problem between understanding whether the heritage narrative is co-produced or is it top-down, right? Matthias is seriously concerned, or at least that's what I understood, that there hasn't been enough of an effort to understand what the public is and how they imagine and think these kinds of heritage sites, yeah? And we haven't yet, in the course of discussions, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like this has really been resolved. One way is that if it's co-produced sometimes, there is great fear that if it's too open-ended, then the heritage site just loses any ability to actually convey anything. Publics can transform anything into anything, right? And on the other hand, should we still keep walking down with this top-down approach, even if it comes to an ecological crisis or green thinking or, what Francesca had kind of, questions of accountability, transparency, SDGs, all that, yeah? So the bottom line is, to me, this seems to be a little knot in our presentations. We haven't really untied it enough, yeah? So I'm just putting that across.
Yeah, I think this is, of course, a key point in what I call heritage making, that the communities don't have a say. I mean, this is a big weakness, especially in the World Heritage System. There are other heritage systems where it's not as bad. But how to resolve it? I mean, I think honestly, we must look in the mirror, because we are the experts that make the heritage. And we need to change our mindsets to really believe that the communities have valuable things to contribute. And what I see in a lot of participatory, and this is referring to the next question already, which I glimpsed on your screen, sorry. So in a lot of projects, I see that, you know, when it doesn't go well, you know, participatory approaches or community meetings, it is very often the mindset of the urban officers. And they have a strong expert mindset that only they, as a trained planner, architect, conservationist, etc., knows what is right or wrong. And it's just nasty to have this community, and we need to do it, it's pushed upon us, and let's get over it, you know. And this mindset, of course, is not very helpful. So I think we need to look in the mirror, actually. We are part of the system, and I think we are also part of the problem.
Yes, Sonia, please.
So I'm coming at this as somebody who's not in heritage studies. I'm coming from outside the field, and I find this so enriching, and I'm learning a lot. And I guess in my response to the question, based on just even the snapshot of this conference, is that one of the major changes that I find absolutely delightful is that the way we build knowledge is shifting. So we are moving from, and I think Francesca was talking about, we need to break down silos, right? And I think we're engaging in that, right? And when we're talking about silos, when I speak about silos, I don't necessarily mean disciplinary silos. I teach in environmental studies. We're a broad interdisciplinary field. But there's silos between, like Matthias, you were to say rural and urban potentially, right? Or the expert and the community member, and you know, science versus the technical versus the non-technical, and the vernacular and the state-centric and so on. So thinking in broad, interdisciplinary, cross-sectoral ways, I think, is the way we need to approach. I mean, we are dealing with wicked problems. The ecological crisis is a set of wicked problems that require interdisciplinary inquiry and interdisciplinary solutions and broad coalitions and networked kind of thinking. And so I think that's what the challenge is, and I think that's where we're also headed in terms of the kind of knowledge production that is happening more and more. And I think we continue to be hampered by siloed thinking, siloed institutions, agencies that aren't talking to each other, people who aren't talking to each other. But I think, and I hope, that the kind of knowledge that we're producing is going to be moving into that network way. The fact that we all received this invitation here to bring the environmental humanities into conversation with the more technical aspects, and you know, there we have it. So.
Thank you for giving more meaning to this conference. Yeah, thank you. And I saw Francesca. Yes, Victoria, you had something to say.
Thank you. Yeah, building on what Sonia was saying, I also wanted to bring the environmental humanities to the spotlight here, and to think about the connection between many presentations brought the concept of sustainable development, right, which is a concept that has become crucial to think about a possible reconciliation of the developmentalist paradigm that we have adopted pretty much globally at this point, with the ways of grappling with the ecological crisis that is a direct result of this model of development, right? So sustainable development is actually a relatively recent concept, right? It started gaining momentum in the early 1990s. And it has received a lot of criticism as well, right? I mean, the most common line of criticism of this concept is that how do we balance out the sustainable and the development portions of the concept, right? So to which extent do we keep pushing back the more environmental part of the equation, moving the goalpost so that, you know, an increasingly shrinking environmental component is responsible for legitimizing like increasing of development, of the development side of the equation, right? Which is a very legitimate criticism, and of course it does not mean that the concept is not itself extremely useful, and at this point I would say unavoidable, right? So with that in mind, I wanted to dwell more on the idea, on the connection between heritage and sustainable development, and how this emphasis of sustainable development translate into the study and the practice of heritage and heritage interpretation and presentation, right? So to which extent can we have heritage management in a way that takes the sustainable portion of the equation very seriously, right? And yeah.
So I think Matthias want to probably respond to that.
It's a little bit my area where I work a lot. So, I mean, the thing is, you know, I don't perceive this paradigm so strong anymore between sustainable and development. It's a little bit, I think the most successful projects that try to use heritage for sustainable development are really beyond that, because they start with cultural heritage, you know? And there was a question I wanted to ask earlier, because we heard this idea we need to integrate sustainable development into heritage, or do we need to integrate heritage into sustainable development? I don't like any of this. I think we need to start with heritage, because heritage is the context and the resource. And this is like, it has a strong sense of identity for people. And in Europe, we had a lot of projects where we started really with cultural heritage, and then we made like heritage-based urban development plans, we used management plans, but everything started with cultural heritage. So I think this is the way to go, and we have a lot of methods how to do this. I personally don't believe so much anymore in this sustainable development paradigm, because I think in terms of the multi-crisis and disasters, we should more look toward resilience and not set the objective that we will continue like that for the next 30 years. I think it's unrealistic. I mean, look what's happening in the world. I think we need to find also a role for heritage in resilience. I think might be even more important.
Oh, please, Victoria, go on.
I was just going to ask, on a more practical level, how would you see cultural heritage grappling with the ecological crisis? If you can give us
it's
an example.
it's a little bit like it's for me, the preservation of nature and the preservation of cultural heritage is like a brother and a sister, you know, because they share a strong narrative. It's about preservation. A lot of my colleagues in Germany say that preservation is also to preserve the climate. I don't agree. So we have to look really, and it's a very complex topic. It's about the integration of solar panels in historic cities. It's about finding systemic solutions when it comes to energy issues in settings where heritage plays a role. So I think there's not really an easy answer, but the first thing is that we stop thinking in these two different compartments. And you know, the cities are organized in these compartments. I mean, we have the ecological division, we have, if we are lucky, a very small and tiny heritage division with, I don't know, a few people, but the first thing is that they start to understand that they share the same narrative, and in many places it's not really there.
Okay, thank you. I think Sang-yeon raised his hand.
Can I react
Sure,
to
sure.
that?
Can you wait?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say something that to me is very important, because it looks to me that we are already, again, dividing the heritage from the development sector, while I think there shouldn't be this division, because we need to look at the system as a unit. And I think the concept of sustainable development, while it has its criticism, I think it still helps us to look at these issues in a very interconnected way. And the SDGs themselves, they are 17, they are different, but they were supposed to be stronger interconnected one another. And what is there, I've been working a lot, like in the last 6 years, I've been working a lot on the topic, what is the role of heritage in sustainable development. And how the two things connect to each other. And I've recently co-authored a report for the British Council together with other 4 authors called The Missing Foundation, where we argue that actually culture, not heritage, culture, we decided to use this word, is really the missing foundation of sustainable development itself. So it's if the sustainable development paradigm nowadays doesn't work anymore, is the result of a certain culture that was embedded with that. And also, if we want to really change things, we have to look at culture as part of the solution, as part of the problem, and as part of the solution. So I think using culture is very helpful, is a very helpful tool to rethink the current paradigm of sustainable development, and again, maybe bringing into the colonization into the conservations and changing how sustainable development is framed. And there are different ways of looking at the connection between heritage and sustainable development. Like there were 3 theorizations, not of heritage, but of culture and development. One is the role of culture for development, like using it as a tool, as a driver, as something to support sustainable development. Another one is really looking at culture as sustainable development, really being the foundation of sustainable development itself, or looking at the missing pillar, how it was called the missing pillar. So we have the social, the environmental, and the economic, and culture was like an addition to the 3 existing ones, and is culture in sustainable development. So I really think as we're moving forward, I think it's really important to stopping looking at these categorizations, but really looking at the system itself and bringing different actors, different sectors, different disciplines into the conversation to change this paradigm for the best, for the better.
Thank you, Francesca. Sang-Hyun, please.
I also had some thought on the issue of sustainable development, but since it's been discussed, I'll move on to a different topic. I mean, I'm going to argue that we need to have a more critical reflection on the conventional distinction between nature and human society, right? There are many different ways of understanding environmental problems. That means that accepting the importance of environmental problems is important, of course, but that's just a starting point, right? So academically, I mean, the distinction between human society and nature has been discussed a lot. But when it comes to policy issues, or when it comes to heritage conservation and so on, I think it's still, I mean, it is now well recognized that the distinction between natural heritage and cultural heritage is not that simple and straightforward, and more mixed heritages are being recognized. And we are talking about, how to connect heritage conservation, cultural, industrial heritage conservation, and sustainable development. But I want to push us and you a bit further, because what we typically considered as natural heritage and their environmental significance are in fact not very much separated from human societies and human histories. They are the product of socio-ecological interactions, though the scale and temporality of those interactions may vary, right? So it may, 1,000 years, maybe 30 years, it depends on what kind of heritage we are talking about. But I think, sometimes national park is a human construction, right? And so we have to realize that what we normally just think of natural, and therefore, this is natural heritage, and there's no need to talk about history, culture, or whatever. I mean, that's not that simple. And also, what we consider as cultural heritage or industrial heritage, even they are sited far from beautiful natural landscapes, they do have their own environmental histories. I mean, sometimes very negative ones, but not necessarily so. So they, and that environmental history may be quite important in evaluating and interpreting their heritage values. So it's not always easy, but I think we need to really go beyond the dualistic boundary between nature and human society, and that, I'll just make that point.
That's actually exactly what we have prepared for the third question. Yes, so Nigel, you want to respond? Yes.
So I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. One is just responding to immediately practical levels about linking the supposed dichotomy between cultural and natural heritage on cultural sites, then we can look for opportunities where it is clear that climate change and other aspects are directly impacting on the cultural heritage, and make sure that that story is very clearly told on the sites. For instance, I can think along Hadrian's Wall of a site which has got potentially huge quantities of waterlogged deposits that potentially might compare with the famous site at Vindolanda, but that is severely threatened at the moment because of climate change. And local volunteers are currently involved in citizen science, in actually monitoring the site and looking at the drying up of the site and thinking about how that's impacting. And so the heritage site there is directly involved in understanding the impacts of climate change on the monument. And a similar situation is taking place in Carlisle, where some amazing Roman remains have come up recently, which cannot be left on the surface, despite everybody in the city wanting them to be preserved on the surface, because they're in the floodplain and they will be damaged by the next major flood that takes place. So there is another opportunity where climate change can be made immediately relevant to local people and understanding what the impacts of that are on the heritage that they respect. Going back to Rohan's point originally, it's perhaps difficult, well, I don't know, there is a difficulty, obviously, in suggesting that across all World Heritage sites, there should be a clear directional interpretation to be telling everybody we have to be taking action immediately to be able to address the issue of climate change. Ideally, yes, that would be something to do, but obviously that is fraught with all sorts of difficulties. Perhaps the answer to that lies maybe in, and I like the idea yesterday that was mentioned about the museums in the United States being regarded as sources of accurate information, that they're referred to as places where actually you can get information which people trust, and that therefore World Heritage sites should be looking at things in those terms of this is somewhere you can go to actually get accurate information about what is happening, and then not necessarily being told directly that you have to go and act, but that you are given the decision to act and think about the consequences of not acting. I know all that has been done in the past in terms of act local, think global and all that, but evidently we need to do that more proactively, and there's that opportunity through World Heritage to look at that and to see World Heritage sites as that place where, or one of those places where we can get effective, understandable, trustable information that we can then use to make our own personal decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, yeah, Dolly, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back to a couple comments ago. The discussion of involvement from the bottom up versus top down, right? And involvement of the communities. And I totally get that, involving people in decision making around where they live or where they are and what their heritage is. But I think we run the risk of not realizing that there are many heritage sites, items, things, practices that people don't know about, or that the average person doesn't actually know about. And as a historian, one of my key jobs is to try to bring information about an interpretation of things that have happened in the past to people in order that they know them. So I would just ask that we be careful about assuming that going to that involving a local community means that they already know and understand their own heritage in all ways, And we're not saying you necessarily said that, but I think it's a risk that we run instead of saying that no, actually, as experts, we can help them
to understand their own heritage. And this applies as well with our environmental issues. So because what I see is that the majority of the people have no idea all the things that we've done that have negatively impacted the planet and other species, right? So, so my job is to bring those histories to them so they understand them.
Okay, thank you. Probably maybe, yeah, Professor Lim first, and then going back to Francesca.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very strange historian who always prefers to go to the market more than the historical sites when I visit the foreign countries or other societies. I mean that why should we go to a heritage site or museums to feel the ecological crisis? Actually, ecological crisis and environmental problems we can feel in our everyday life, right? So I mean that then we can think of the ways to draw these museums or heritage down to the earth where the peoples are managing their everyday life. So, I mean, in that sense, for example, the IT turn also can provide us with a very good certain minor everyday life things, a sort of a different, totally innovative type of exhibitions in the corner of market or in the corner of any place where we are doing our everyday life. So I think that, yes, I mean, perhaps it's still challenging for us historians and also heritage scholars how to make down these museums or the sites where we can meet the ecological crisis or environmental problems to the site where we are doing our everyday lives. So I think we need to really make a certain innovative, steps to realize these sort of things. Yes, just.
Yes. All these discussions actually leads to our second question, but Francesca first.
I wanted to react to Dolly's. I think it's a very, very important point, and this is what I agree, but I think there is this conflict depending on individuals, communities, group, and how we define what heritage is, what's the meaning of heritage, and how do we want to use heritage for. I agree that, as a historian, there are certain, you need to educate people on certain aspects of heritage. But I think, and this goes back to Matthias' presentations, this communication should be reciprocal. So sometimes there are certain aspects of heritage that some people, the so-called experts, can know better and can actually explain, and then can reach out to those who don't know about that and see how there is this resonance between the historians, for making this example, and that individual or community. But also, I think the historian and site managers can learn from, communities' understanding of, and I'm talking about communities, but we need to define who are these communities, who are we talking about. For example, if we look at, urban squares, there are residents, there are maybe students, there are different communities using that space. They all have a different appreciation of that heritage. And then there are the local planners who define the policies for that and blah, blah, blah. And I think communities, all these actors that have somehow a different perception, and having no perception is also something that is important to be recognized and to understand who needs to be reached out in order to have this discussion around meaning making referred to heritage. Yeah, I think I wanted to say something else, but I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sure, Sujeong.
Thank you very much, Professor Lim. I totally were enlightened by your very creative ideas and very provoking ideas, and I totally agree with you. And I was thinking that how about the other way around? I mean that how about the museum bring the market to the museum exhibitions, and that is also another way of doing it, so interactive. Which one is down, which one is top, it doesn't really matter. So I thought that the expanding the ideas, expanding a very experimental process, and the facilitating the peoples and provoking peoples in terms of the different topics and different issues to the daily life. And as far as I know, that is your intention to comment, and in that way, both way could be possible. That is my final thought. Thank you very much.
Yes, since we speaking about people, I propose to move to the second question. So, people-centered approach in heritage area is becoming really important paradigm. So before, the preservation was always prioritized over people, but now people counts really important. So although people are becoming more central in the heritage management, heritage systems and governance are still government-centered. So communities, regions, or people are not yet the primary actors in the management process in the heritage area. What methods do you propose for a participatory approach, not a metaphor, but like a real, genuine participative approach to heritage so that it can link history and memory as emphasized in this forum's theme? So I first would like to listen to our panelists for today.
Well, I think it's very much related to the last question. And I mean, what Mike Turner has called that communities need to be enabled for participation. I mean, this is I see as our job. It's the very first thing to enable them, and that is a lot of practicalities included, when to set the meeting, to have some nice food, to make it attractive, and all these basic things, to have a professional facilitation. And I see it very often done not in a very good way. And the second thing I would say, you know, it's also about our self-understanding, what is our role as heritage sites and also museums. I mean, are we like an archive? Is our job only to preserve things? Or are we rather places of education? Huh? So if we are places of education, we have different things to do in participation. It's about enabling the people, it's about looking for opportunities, it's about, I think what is probably mostly undervalued is to keep a very close connection to the community, you know? Because a lot of heritage sites and also museums think of participation as this one-time event, you know? Now we make some participation, we make a big event, we invite everyone, we hire the external expert, and then we put it into our strategy. I think this is not a sustainable participation. It's about keeping a good connection to the community. And very often that's on a personal level. It means going to lunch with people, going to dinner with people, you know, understanding really what they need. And I think a lot of things that we can do if we understand it like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Nigel?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's about giving those opportunities and looking at opportunities for enabling people to do things. I think there's a lot in terms of methods. There are a lot of people out there who are experienced in doing facilitation, but that doesn't mean to say that we have got to make this overly complicated. And I liked what Sonia was saying yesterday about the feedback from people saying, well, what did you do? And they just said, well, we spoke to people. And that's the key thing, speaking to people. Yes, there need to be some guidelines and about the way to do that. So, for instance, if we're talking to people about Romans, then the first thing we do is not talk about Romans. We start off by talking about what actually interests them and what motivates them to do things in their general life. And only then, in a roundabout way, do we eventually come around to asking them, possibly, what is it about this particular thing that you find interesting? Oh, actually, it's Roman, or something like that. And that approach will vary according to the group, but it doesn't have to be complicated. So we do have to think about it, and we do have to have some guidelines, and in particular, case studies that people can access to give an illustration of how they do things in particular situations.
Thank you. And I think Sujeong has something to say. Yes.
The question is what method that we can use for a participatory approach to heritage management. So, I guess the heritage management of professional organization is based on like professionals, like historians and archaeologists, anthropologists or biologists, like ecologists. So they manage their properties based on their professional knowledge. But the participatory approach that we need to take can be like, the method can be like this. Like I don't know how many of you familiar with the term of ecological knowledge. The knowledge comes from the community people. I mean, their knowledge may be scientifically correct, but the knowledge they have has meaning to them. So, in the heritage management process, I don't know exactly in what steps that we can take. I mean, we can take the step. I mean, we can have a chance to listen. You can have a chance to get the local people involved in the process. But we need to, as a process of a heritage management, we need to go deep inside to the local people and have to listen what they know or think about the site or things they have.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? Yes, Sujeong.
Probably our Deputy Director General are here with us, and he has served for the government more than 30 years, and so as I served as a government officer for 13 years in the same organizations with him. One of the things that we both thought that to make it bottom-up process, I think we have to train ourselves, as Matthias mentioned, that we have to look at our mirrors as well, so that what we are and also who we are and what kind of perceptions that we have, what kind of prejudice we have, and that is very much important. I mean, sometimes that is not actually possible or viable within the government, but still we have to try ourselves to do so. And again, I think in the same way that the public's responsibility is very much important, I think, from the bottom up kind of activations, it can be done from the bottom institutes, which is from the public levels, to encourage them and to facilitate them. And I totally agree with Matthias' comment in his presentations that interpreters or maybe government officers or decision makers or policy makers should not be a kind of authoritative. We should ourselves to be a kind of facilitator, provoking or encourage those kind of movements from the publics. So I think both sides, from the policy levels and the decision-making levels and the public levels, that is both important, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, sure. Probably Hyunji, yes.
I just wanted to add to what Sujeong has mentioned. As a method for a participative approach, I think it is important to have a kind of different perspectives on how to involve the communities. If you see how heritage is living with us in our society, it's a very long-term process, I think. It's not just one point in the whole time frame. So I think it's important to think in a way that community members or people living at the heritage site is They are the history makers, and that those people who are more aware about the concept of interpretation should be able to include their everyday history, everyday things that will be the history in the future into consideration. So it's quite confusing even in my brain. But so the interpretation in a broader concept, it is also a meaning-making process, as we have all discussed here in the session. But I think it also should include changing the social system, the whole system, in a soft way, to involve the communities as history makers and like the real active participants to the interpretation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Sonia first raised her hand.
So in response to the question about how do we get community, what would enable more community involvement, I think one of the dimensions to all of this, of course, is time. And community involvement and community engagement is a time-intensive process, right? And in the age of ecological crisis especially, I think there is a tendency, and I think to an extent is justified, that we all feel urgency, we feel anxiety, we want results really, really fast, and things need to go. But I think it can be used to justify blocking community input. It can be used to justify expert knowledge and streamlining and moving something very quickly and ramming something through. And I mean, I think that's the history of a lot of these decisions around conservation So time is important, making time is important. And I think that then goes to governmental institutions, multilateral development banks, big donors, foundations, philanthropic organizations, to relax and not actually hand out funding for a 2-year funding cycle, and after 2 years you better have result. I mean, you guys are living this right now, right? You had funding and you have to have a result at the end of it. And I think, you know, we had back at Bates College, we had a Wabanaki, a native speaker, who's an anthropologist and actually the historian for the Penobscot Nation, speak on campus. And he was saying that in their indigenous community, they have a council of elders, and before any decision is made that will affect the tribe, the nation, in a significant way, the elders basically enter a 7-day period of silence before they come together to make a decision. And that blew my mind. Like 7 days of silence, can you imagine that in neoliberal modernity? No. So what I'm saying is, you know, are there ways that we can think about the larger financial, economic, political system to allow for time for community deliberation?
Okay, Victoria, you had some thoughts.
Yeah, to making time, I would add to make money, right? I mean, I think a missing piece in this puzzle is people's potential economic participation in the revenue generated by heritage sites, right? I mean, if we look at all the heritage sites that I see behind the Sacred Family, the Eiffel Tower, the Colosseum, they move the economies around them, right? And you can think, for example, going back to my talk, the Guimarães Rosa's work, you know, like about a bit less than 20 years ago, the government of the state of Minas Gerais created the Guimarães Rosa touristic circuit, you know, so like uniting some municipalities where the works of Guimarães Rosa were set. And it's an interesting type of heritage because, you know, Guimarães Rosa, it's not really popular culture, you know. He's like a very an experimental modernist writer, like, you know, somebody who like uses, mobilizes and combines elements of popular culture with very erudite sources. Very hard to read him. So his work is not a work that we could assume that many people in those communities would have read. Yet, once you have a touristic circuit, once you have this infrastructure, you start having people taking the initiative of creating festivals, of learning more about his works, of performing parts of scenes of his works and all that. So, and in doing so, on the one hand, they are reclaiming Guimarães Rosa's work as part of their heritage, but they are also having a source of revenue on that. You have the economy moving. You have visitors coming from outside. You have hotels. You have restaurants. So there is a whole financial dimension to this that I don't think should be downplayed or ignored. Because it is not incompatible with the recognition and the understanding of one's own heritage. I think the two they can be very well complementary to each other.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Rohan? Yeah.
Sorry, just adding this, besides time and money, I think is the assumption that the community is a given or something that needs to be created. Just because people are living around a monument doesn't necessarily make them a community around the monument, yeah? So there would be various kinds of groups, interest groups, there would be, I guess, organizations that pursue a certain kind of understanding. So creating the community before enabling the community, so to speak, I think one has to just keep that in mind. I just wanted to flag, that we can't just take it as a given, that there's a natural community out there. But you'd have to ensure that you have some understanding of what constitutes that community in the first place. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also thought what Sang-hyun has brought previously was also important, that power shift from government to community, from government to the local society was also an important factor for the real participatory approach. Okay, thank you very much. If there's nothing to add, we would like to move to our next question. It's a nature-culture linking aspect. So, as the theme of this forum suggests, humanity is facing an ecological crisis in the era of Anthropocene. In order to deal with today's multidisciplinary issues related to heritage, ecology, history, nature, and memory, it is necessary to view culture and nature in an integrated manner, and to manage both tangible and intangible heritage holistically. So what steps do we need to take to approach heritage in this integrated and also the holistic way? This is very significant question now in heritage realm. So we want to listen to your thoughts. Yes, Matthias, yes.
Well, I think, first of all, we need to be curious about the different parts of heritage. And speaking in terms of, for example, the Big Five personality model, we need to have a lot of this quality that is connected to openness. Because when we are not interested or curious about different parts of the cultural heritage that are far away from our comfort zone, we will never try to get the big picture. And a lot of people shy away from looking at the big picture because it's so much easier to stay in your comfort zone and always talk about your very specific tiny field. So I think it's actually a lot about personal qualities.
Yes, please, Joe.
So that, Matthias, that probably was the first step, you believe, okay? After that step, probably my suggestion is that based on our definition on the heritage interpretation, we mentioned about the communication, participation, and experience. I mean, after the curiosity, then I think experience is very much important. So that,
actually people visit the site and they realize and experience there are tangible and intangible aspects as well as natural and cultural aspects, then probably naturally they will realize that there is no kind of, such kind of artificial division. They will understand heritage as a kind of whole entity together. So I think experience, or maybe visitors experience programs, it's very much important.
Thank you, Sujeong. Yes, Francesca.
Yes, and to look at culture and nature in an integrated manner, I think it's really important to look at how the system of heritage protection, conservation and management sits within governmental department, especially in Europe, because I know this is very different and it's context dependent. So in certain cultures, there is no this distinction between culture and nature. It's not perceived at all, especially in indigenous communities. They don't really see this difference. It's the same. But especially in Western countries and in Europe and in the UK or in Italy, because I can make reference to those countries that I know better, the departments that have the mandate on culture and the department who have the mandate on nature are different, and they have different responsibilities. So if these different aspects of heritage are dealt with by different actors in those different departments, which follow the rules, they have their budget, they have their priorities, how can we really look at it in an integrated manner? So we really need to move beyond these distinctions, maybe create new departments or find ways to connect these different mandates in a most comprehensive way, and also learn from those communities or cultures where they can provide this different meaning to heritage, which doesn't see this difference between the culture and the natural component, particularly for European and Western concept of heritage, which are still too much compartmentalized. Also, as Sujeong mentioned this morning, due to the processes related to the World Heritage Convention, will actually really set this division very clearly.
Thank you. Nigel.
To that, I would just add, and it underpins all of that dialogue, that these people need to be talking with each other in a genuine cross-disciplinary way to identify areas where there is synergy and overlap between the ways that we can manage and talk about all of these different aspects. I mean, to me and to most of us here, then there isn't a difference between these things, and we deal with those connections all the time, and sometimes it's frustrating and can't understand quite why others don't see it the same way. But hopefully that can be achieved through that process of dialogue, and also listening to find out where they're coming from, and listening, as has been suggested, to the people who actually don't see these things separate, because that's a useful way of starting to understand how it is that other people connect things together.
Thank you. Any other thoughts for the integrated holistic approach? Yes, Rohan.
Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but anyway, let me make a few quick points. There are different cultures that have different notions of nature, of course. So if you were to take bird watchers in Seoul, and they would have a different notion of the ecosystem and what's good for birds, and they would maybe try to advance an idea of what should be forested or whether there should be wetlands and so on and so forth. But if you were to take gardeners in Seoul, there would be a different map. I just want to highlight, for example, I was recently, we had gone to this very ancient forest, I mean ancient as in 135 million years old in Australia. And we were all really shocked. It was really green, very dark, very dense and very deep. And then we had the local historian who came along with us and said, for the Aborigine tribes here, when they were, after they'd stopped logging and so on and so forth, they said this is a rubbish forest because in our time we would burn it, it would create grassland. There were specific species that would thrive, and then they would, be part of the hunting. So, but as a middle class consumer who doesn't know what a forest is, something dark and green might indicate health. When for the Aborigines, this is dying forest. All the plants are going to be choking and eating each other very soon. So what I'm trying to underline is nature, culture, both of them are not stable. They are, different kinds of interpretations, so it is what natures, what cultures project what kinds of natures, and often there might be clashes. So we'll have to assume that this is a major site for negotiation rather than a given. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, because of the time constraint, we probably have to stop here for the wrap-up discussion. So thank you for the passionate and fruitful discussion today. This was an eye-opening 2-day conference for WHIPIC 2. The discussion yesterday and today actually will be guiding many of our projects in the future. So now to conclude the 2-day interdisciplinary journey, I ask Professor Lim for the conclusion remark. Professor Lim Jian, yes. Yes, please. You can come here or there.
No, I learned a lot, and then through these 2 days discussion, I found myself is very much a human being imperialist who was not concerned about the nature and the other species. So, to me, it was a really eye-opening conference. So, hopefully, we can continue this sort of discussion, actually, to rescue our memory studies or our concern about memories or world heritage studies from the very much human being imperialism, actually, to have a more serious concern about the surroundings and environments. But thanks to this, actually, we human beings could live today. So I learned a lot. Thank you very much for your contribution and the awakening me to the really important aspect in our lives and memory studies and our scholarly works. So thank you very much. I hope now we have our own time to enjoy, right?
Yeah,
okay, we deserve it, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
thank you very much. Thank you. But last but not least, we will have a closing remark from the Deputy Director General from WHIPIC, Mr. Jae-sun Lee. Please come to the stage. The floor is yours. Please give a warm welcome to him.
Good evening. I'm Jae-sun Lee, Deputy Director General of UNESCO WHIPIC. As we come to the end of our conference, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for your active participation and contributions to the last 2 days. We learned lots of lessons from distinguished speakers, and it is our job to integrate it into our next research. We extend my thanks to our Professor Ji-hyun Lim to give us this valuable opportunity. I also want to thank the organizers and people who prepared this event. Thank you once again for your participation and contributions. We wish you safe travels back home and look forward to seeing you at future events. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now we conclude our conference here. So we will meet you at dinner at 6. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. So we hope to see you next time. Thank you.